Since we don't have our spiritual advisor here, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence, especially for the ones down in the Twin Cities and what happened there. So if we could have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Ask for roll call, please.
Drift,
Here.
Teragishik,
Here.
Robert Moyer,
Here.
and Perry Drift.
He's on leave. Since Tara cannot really review the meeting minutes until she gets here, I think we will skip that part until she gets here. And we will move into the, oh, I just lost it. Consent agenda, if you want to read it off, Miranda.
Can we do the approval of the agenda first?
Oh, yeah, yes, sorry. Approval of the agenda.
I do have one addition. It is the bid recommendation and approval request by Janelle Goggle. So if we could add that second under her portion. We have paper copies for council.
So we'll add that as B.
Yes, please.
Any other additions?
I don't have any.
I think you also need to add the two updates, to share that information with the band members. Are those online? We'll put that, what do you want to put that at?
Do you want to put that after me at the end?
Yes,
Okay.
so we'll put that as. Put that as E. Updates. Any other additions? Deletions? That's it? All right. If nothing else, I ask for a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next, we got the consent agenda.
So today on the consent agenda, letter A is donation recommendation to Indigenous Student Organization of UMD for $500. Vote was 3-0-0. And letter B, joint tribal letter opposing sweepstakes online gaming. The vote was 3-0-0.
Just to clarify what that letter is, it's a approval of a joint tribal letter opposing sweepstakes online gaming organized by the Shakopee Madoc and Sioux community and authorizing for Shane Drift to sign letter on behalf of the band, just for the record. Any questions or comments or discussions from council? If no questions or comments or discussions, I ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next, we got Pam Parsons with compliance update.
Morning.
So the compliance report is, so one of the things I'm working on is, again, the revenue audit for Health and Human Services. So I'm still waiting on one organization to provide a quote for me. Then we're gonna have 3 to choose from. We have a committee that meets to get that done. Some of the top 3 issues I'm working on right now for compliance are the employee training changes. So we're going to do our first HIPAA training on Tuesday, May 13th. That'll take place in Nett Lake. I have a few staff people signed up for that already. Kind of going to be like a sample test of what we're going to do. So I'm going to be sending out this invitation for anyone who wants to do the HIPAA training, even if it's not required. I know I already had like the HR, the accounting department did their paper pencil HIPAA training, but what I want to do is open it up for everyone. So I'll be getting them flyers out. So it'd be really nice if council could also attend, then I don't have to do separate HIPAA training for you guys.
Question, Pam,
Yep.
is that also for like the ambulance and fire?
It could be, certainly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So then they would meet their annual training requirements.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Another thing we're working on is the compliance committee is working on the policy and procedure reviews. So we have a lot of different policies and training manuals that we need to review. And so we need to make sure we update them. And when we went through them the last time, there was quite a bit of things in there that were needed to get updated. So we're working on getting them updated, and then we'll bring it to the health board for approval. And then working on the security risk assessment work plan for last year. And then I'll be doing the security risk assessment in September or October of this year. And then we'll kind of see where we are there. Some of the top 3 risks that I'm monitoring, again, is logging off of computers. It's really important people start logging off their computers because that's like a really major one, and it's really an easy one for all of us to forget. So ensure that staff are logging off their computer systems when they're working within Epic or any of our other information systems. Another risk is, ensuring we get that coding and billing audit done. So that will be done. We're hoping to get that done within the next couple of months. And then employee education on phishing schemes. So working with the IT department, and they got the know before trainings. So they're going to look at doing some additional trainings on the cybersecurity stuff. It's really a big thing right now. And so our IT department's taken a big lead in that area. As far as having the resources, I do have the resources I need. I believe I have access to the people, the information, and the data that I need. I feel like I do have sufficient authority to do my job. I feel like people are listening to me and do take the compliance concerns seriously. And I am involved in any meetings to discuss new planning that's going on. So things are going very well. Are there any questions?
Yes, now when you talked about the computer and the Epic system, I do believe, is that the concern was that if an employee steps away from it, they forget to turn it off. Is there a way that we could structure that system so that if they do step away and they do forget to turn it off, that system will automatically shut the computer down or the system down? Is there a way to do that?
And it's already set up that way. But for compliance purposes, anytime you step away from your computer and you have protected health information on that system, you need to log out of your computer. And there's a number of reasons for that. So if you're logged into that system with your username and your password and you walk away from your system, anybody can go to that system and do whatever they want, and it'll be logged in with your username and your password. So it's very important that we have people logging off of them systems, not only to protect our employees, but to protect patient information.
So if somebody did do that hypothetically, what would be the consequences? What are the guidelines there?
We would go right directly to the sanction policy. And if you recall, our sanction policy really follows the HR disciplinary policy, which is progressive discipline.
go ahead and ask some questions?
Pardon me?
I'll go ahead and start asking some questions.
Mhm.
What is your greatest concern?
Oh, I already went through all that,
You're
Shane.
good? You're done with it?
Yep.
So we don't need you.
No, it was since Tara wasn't here and she's usually the one that does the questions, so I just went through and you guys, I can adjust on the fly. No, but we're, yeah, basically I went through all of that stuff, so I
Okay.
just don't want to repeat myself and
Okay,
what we're doing. All right, if there's no other questions, otherwise you guys know where to find me.
all right.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
For the minutes.
Yep.
Okay, we will jump back to the meeting minutes. Go all the way back up. For meeting minutes of March 3rd, 2025. Question I have is, just to make a comment, actually, underneath the consent agenda, the tribal council sent a letter to Amy Klobuchar, Senator Smith and Stauber regarding an urgent request to take action to stop layoffs of federal employees providing services to Indian country and authorizing Shane to sign. Because I know people have been asking about that, what the council has been doing. Also, the council sent a letter to Lisa Demuth and Aaron Murphy regarding Boycott opposing the governor's budget proposal, reducing CFA payments. And the CFA payments, that's what we use, what the tribal government uses to pay the loan payments for that 28,000 plus acres that the tribe bought a few years ago. Scrolling down, there was also something I wanted to ask about. We talked about Brand Anderson in for EJ Deegan provides information on priority list of Fortune Bay projects that need approval to use government funds. And one of them was for IT regarding a current system is at the end of life, and it was a cost of $210,557.69. There was also one for backup cameras for surveillance, which was $48,298. And there's another one for the IT sound system, which was $130,000. Do we have an update on that? Can we get one?
The ones that are not casino related, we've been working on through the SSBCI program. I don't know if they had if they're a list they're doing and stuff. But I know is it the Versa is what you're talking about, the computer system?
It was, we're talking about using government funds to cover these projects that I just mentioned.
Yeah, we were gonna, we've been working on we're working on using SSBCI because I've been to the last two council meetings to talk about the SSBCI stuff. So maybe there's another meeting I'm not aware of that you guys talked about it at. But one was to because of the budget, we've talked about the budget process coming up in the feds, and so we're trying to better of a lack of term, hoard all our cash right now. So we were going to use the SSBCI and save our, our cash on hand to till we figure all this stuff out. And then also that unlocks our tranches of the SSBCI. So we get it out of the federal, it's set aside at the federal. So we get it into our accounts so they can't like rescind it or something.
Okay, I think that if we could get an update on these projects here, and then
Yeah,
if we're not using government funds and we're pushing underneath that SSCBI, grant application that we're gonna be submitting or did submit.
Yeah, it's not a grant application, that's
Or
a
loan.
small business loan. And how it works, because I have it on the agenda too, is that we provide secured interest for that loan.
Mhm.
And with the bank, we only pay 2% interest on that loan over what we're earning on that bank account or whatever instrument we use to secure it with the SSBCI funds.
Okay,
And I'll explain that
okay.
later.
Any questions from council regarding the meeting minutes of March 3rd? If not, I ask for a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is the March 5th meeting minutes, if you just want to take a couple minutes to look through them.
I've already looked at the minutes, but I just wanted to take this time to say I apologize for being late. My girl missed the bus, and you know how that is, so I was driving like 75 here, so but I made it. Thank you.
Any questions from council on the March 5th, 2025 meeting minutes? Discussion? If not, ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. The April 7th meeting minutes are not ready, so I'm asking for a motion to table. Is there a motion?
Table.
Second.
Moved by Tara, second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Now on to meeting minutes of April 14th, 2025. Any questions or discussions on the meeting minutes from April 14th, 2025? If not,
I
ask.
have a question.
Go ahead.
Members absent, Perry Drift, on leave. I want to know if that's excused or unexcused.
That's excused or unexcused. I think that's something that the council would decide if it's excused or unexcused.
If it's unexcused, what does that mean? Does that entail no pay, no, what happens with his ALs, whatever that might be used to supplement the income? If, is that say, if we say unexcused, does that mean that it's not available?
I think that's something that we're gonna have to either approve or disapprove as a council. and decide, make the decision from there. As a council as a whole.
It would be difficult for me to determine. I'm not his supervisor or approves any leave. And this is a little bit difficult because I've only seen a council member communicate with us if they're going to be on leave for medical reasons, or they've had an appointment, or they had surgery or something like that. And then they'll say, I'm leaving on this date, I will return on this date, here's my intentions, So it's gonna be a little bit difficult for me. And maybe Jeff or they could help us with that without going into extreme detail.
Me as acting chairman and as a District 1 representative, I'm nobody's supervisor of the council. I don't supervise the council, period.
I've never approved anybody's leave. This is a different circumstance that I have no clue on how this is gonna have to be handled, but I wanna do what's right and who approves leave right now? I mean, if somebody if, like who approves my leave when I, take AL?
If you want to deny his leave, you can put it in a motion.
I didn't say that. I just asked who approves his leave.
When he sent his email, I responded. So did you, and so did Tara.
When I responded, I just said, thank you, Perry. And that was it. And when the question arose, who approves his leave? I replied, I have never approved anyone's leave whatsoever, and I haven't in this situation either. So
When a council member messages the council and asking for leave, or when you guys text the group saying, I'm gonna take leave, nobody says yes or nobody says no.
Well, we're dancing around a subject here. I approve your leave in Time Track, and you approve every other council member's leave in Time Track.
That's for when I submit my stuff on Time Track, but when we text each other in our group text, nobody says yes or no.
there is a comment online.
If you have a question, you can come up to the table. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Meredith Tucra. I'm an enrolled band member of Boys for a Band of Chippewa. I live here in District 2. My question is concerning your guys' exact question. Who the council reports to in any sort of situation when that happens. I feel like the executive director of the Minnesota Chippewa tribe would be a plausible, suitable person to ask. That's just my personal opinion as a band member. You guys all have great points. And we all obviously know what's going on with, or what happened. I was working that night at the casino. But yeah, that's just all I want to say, and that's all I want to add. There's a few more I would like to say if you guys would approve I have a little note, but it's up to you guys, and I understand that, and I respect your time. And that's what I have to say right now. Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tony Wakemup and I'm a District 1 resident. I agree with Tara. You guys are dancing around this situation. Perry has duties to us, all of us. He's not here doing that. You guys are presenting a resolution today to give the executive director authority. We didn't elect Miranda to represent us or make decisions for us, and that's not fair to do to us as the people at all. These other resolutions are putting across. We shouldn't have to have resolutions telling you guys how to behave and act in public in our businesses. You guys should carry yourselves. You are representing all of us. You are representing your families. You are representing every single one of us. Harry should not be excused for this. I understand he's getting help. But these are his elected duties to his people, and it is time to stop dancing around the situation, Shane. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, as accusations have been flying that, yes, I'm the one that's doing this and that, I kept my hands off from the situation to let the committees do what they need to do. Let Fortune Bay do what it needs to do. I have not used my position to delay it, deny it, or whatever. Everything has a due process. There's a due process that needs to be followed, and we can't just say, it's done, you're gone.
I never accused you of putting your hands into anything, Shane, and I won't accuse any single one of you because I don't have that proof. I'm not that type of person just to throw out accusations against you, Tara, or Robert. But this is serious. You guys have the authority to vote here and make a decision. This is your responsibility as representing all of us. That it shouldn't be placed on our shoulders to deal with Perry. It shouldn't, but it is put on our shoulders to come forward with code of ethics violations and stuff like that on him. But we shouldn't have to do that because you guys can vote on this. Please just think about it. Do what's right for all of us. And I'm done. I won't say nothing else about it. Thank you.
No, what I said in my email, I'll just go ahead and say it. I said yes. The other council members responded. They didn't say yes or no. So now you know where I stood on the issue. At the time, I made a decision. A council member asked for leave. I said yes. I can't speak for the other council members. They could have said yes, they could have said no.
I'm gonna say something real quick. We take care of the minutes, and I'm sorry that this turned into a whole different thing, but our staff needs to know excused or unexcused, because those are usually laid in place before anything here. So I'm just saying that on behalf of Nikki. She does the minutes. So
I just wanted to read the comments online here. First one was from Marty C. Band members elected him, put it on the band members to decide. And then there's an unknown. What about the ethics violation? Did anyone ask him to resign?
As I stated before, as we started the meeting, that we added that there's gonna be 2 updates coming forth at the end of the meeting from the tribal council. And that is at the end of the meeting underneath Miranda. And we will be stating what those statements will be addressing. Yes, I know that this is a serious situation. Very serious. And I don't take it lightly. I've always said that I take my job duties as a District 1 representative and as a acting tribal chairman very seriously. And like I said, with our statements before, the tribal council is staying back from these committees as they do their job. It's not that we're dancing around the issue, we're letting them do what they need to do without interference from a tribal council member or tribal council. Because it shouldn't be, a council member shouldn't be going into these committees trying to dictate what happens or what doesn't happen. That's not right. The people that serve on these committees needed to be able to do their job without council interference. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. My next question would be, as a band member, I believe we have the right to know if Shane is on a paid leave or if it's unpaid. Paid? Perry, sorry. Sorry, Shane. Apologize. If Perry is on a paid or unpaid leave. And I'm just gonna be very transparent in my own recovery. I stated before I was coming from fishing. I was setting nets, but I've been in long-term recovery for about 3 years now. I understand, I don't want to say I understand addiction or any of that. It will come and get you or anyone, doesn't matter age, doesn't discriminate. So I can resonate with Perry. But at the same time, as an enrolled band member, I never got paid to go get help. And I'm just gonna keep that real. I had to take time off to go to a 90-day treatment facility because my life was in shambles. I wreaked havoc in my own life. And Fortune Bay didn't pay me. I didn't get paid for that. And every other band member out here that has to take time from their personal lives to seek the help that they need does not get paid. So as a band member, my question is Perry on a paid leave of absence?
I think we're gonna have to answer that when we put that statement out. Jeff, can you write that down, add that to that statement? So the council will be able to address it as a council.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Are you there, Jeff?
Yep, I heard you.
There's a hand raised online there.
What's the question?
Aaron,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes.
Oh, okay, so I have a question for one. You guys said you don't know who approves leave for the council? Is that true?
I just stated that I approve Shane's and Shane approves all other council members, including myself.
Well, it sounds like you need to figure out who approves leave, and it sounds like you need to fix your ethics code and the code that governs the tribal council, because you guys don't even know if these actions are good or bad according to your own policy. So the policy needs developed, and you need to have some kind of better oversight, checks and balances for the tribal council. Currently, right now, there's almost none.
Thank you. Jeff, add we need to talk about the request when it came in. If we could add that to that statement that's gonna be put out to the band members. Thank you.
Yes. Here. So when Jeff writes these statements up for the tribal council, does that mean all of yous are on board with what Jeff is writing and saying? Then why are you allowing Jeff to write the statement for you, Robert?
I have to vote no against the resolution and it comes up if I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, thank you.
That first statement that the tribal council released, which this meeting minutes is regarding. The Reservation Tribal Council, RTC, is aware of incidents that occurred on April 11, 2025 at Fortune Bay. The RTC understands that these incidences are being investigated internally by Fortune Bay staff and by law enforcement. The RTC supports a full investigation of these matters as is committed to supporting that process without any interference or influence by individual RTC members or the RTC as a whole. The RTC takes this matter seriously, will be monitoring it closely, and will provide updates when appropriate. Vote 2400. Jeff wrote this. The council approved it. Any more discussions on the meeting minutes from April 14th, 2025? If no other discussions, I ask for a motion to approve the meeting minutes of April 4th, 2025. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second, that was April 14.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is Paxton Goodsky. Financial update on Ishkode.
I think we have a PowerPoint that I gave to Nikki. Okay. I have something written up here too. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paxton Goodsky, retail manager at Ishkode. Just giving you guys a financial update. Speak transparent about the upcoming repayments to the Y store and future plans for Ishkode. As you guys all know, we opened up about 2 months ago. Here's some of our graphs of our financials, whether it be our net win, our profits. So our profits are in the yellow. Our net sales are in the orange. Also gives a breakdown of last week, our profits, margin by week, sales, weekly sales, average cart size. So when people come in, they usually spend about $105 so far, getting about 2 items. That's just kind of some of the financial stuff. But we also wanted to talk about repaying back the Y store. I know there was a big questions about repaying back the Y store. And what we wanted to do is build up 6 months of reserve for Ishkode. So we have enough money to do our day-to-day expenses, have enough if anything happens. But as of the early stages of right now, we're only in 2 months, so we have to dial in all of our expenses. As you guys all know, it's a new business in Minnesota. So it's not really like we can follow too many blueprints right now. So as of right now, we're just trying to build up that reserve, and then we'll start paying back the Y store after that 6 months. I know there was questions about that. But we'll have more in-depth updates about Ishkode with our expenses, things that are coming out of there, how much we're spending on products, which is pretty high right now. As you band members all know, our products are pretty high right now. No pun intended. But it's a little expensive there, and I get it, but it's also what we get charged as a band. Right now, we're only able to order our flower from White Earth because they fit our COAs. We're working on some other deals with a couple other tribes. We also get product from Prairie Island, but like I said, as in the early stages, without many growers, we are paying a pretty penny for that. So with going forward, hopefully we can introduce also like band member discounts, things of that nature. I know quite a few people asked. As of right now, we're just trying to dial everything in and see where we have that wiggle room at. Darren has a question.
No, since that we're buying stuff from the other reservations, and we talked about this in meetings before, is that if the tribal government pursues its own growing facility, what will happen to the prices?
So the prices will definitely drop. As of right now, I kind of give examples of if I got something if I buy something from another tribe for $20, I can't sell it for 22. You know, we have to make profits on that. And right now we're getting charged, like I said, a pretty penny. So if we do grow our own, it's obviously going to be significantly cheaper, and then the prices will go down. Yeah.
I think the other thing too is that we need to keep an eye on is because with Fortune Bay and our hotel, tourism starts to drop off come late fall, early winter, and business starts to drop. And my concern with that is that hopefully Ishkode will not follow that trend. But if we do, then we need to basically make sure that we have enough money to carry us through the winter. That's a concern that I have with Ishkode. But it's an infancy stage, and look, business is going good.
Mhm.
So, and the other thing too is that once Ishkode pays back the Y store, then they're going to start paying back the tribal government.
Yep.
That was the original plan. So, Kim, or do you know how much we used from the Y store to put into Ishkode?
The last report I had seen was 1.2 million. And your concern about the, to get through the winter months and stuff, that's why there's the 6-month
Mhm.
reserve. You had asked us to work on something. We just haven't seen the full, like, total expenses, the expense side to finish that. And that's why you had tasked Dan and I to come up with the repayment agreement and that. And we didn't do that because we didn't have the full expenses yet. And I think they were waiting for like, this is your second full month.
Yep.
And so it's coming. It's just not a lot of information yet.
Okay.
Mm.
Thank you.
Aaron has his hand up there.
What?
All right. So the graph you showed was for sales and profit, right?
Yep.
But you
Like-
said you didn't have your expenses dialed in, so how would you know what your profit would be?
I was just gonna say that's the profit from the sales. So those are our sales profits.
So that's
we do-
just sale profits. Yep.
Yep.
Um,
And as
how come the expenses and stuff weren't figured out before you started the business, and how come there's like no monthly report? Why is it taking 2-3 months to figure out your profit loss?
I think it's because it's at the beginning, you don't really know what the prices are when you purchase from, let's say, White Earth. We didn't know where our products were gonna come from to begin with. You can't get numbers if you don't know where your product is coming from. You can't get product out of state. Everything has to be housed in state. So we can't order products from Michigan. So you have to figure out those numbers as we get them. And that's another reason why we're trying to dial in our expenses, is because when we first started out, we got just as much product as we can get. And then we have to work from there to keep our products on the shelves, what are selling, what's not. So you can't really come up with those type of numbers if you don't know what the prices are on the products that you're buying.
So you started a business and you had no idea how much the product you were going to sell was going to cost?
So before anything, we were working with another entity, which was M and Roots, and they had some of that stuff dialed in. They expected to give us their products, which didn't kind of fit it didn't fit our COAs. So we were not able to get product from them, which we also dropped them. But a lot of those numbers came from them. So their products were cheaper, but they also are in a little gray area there. So we did not pursue that. We're trying to make sure everything is correct. We're doing it the right way so somebody doesn't come in and take all of our stuff, right?
That seems like a kind of a backwards business plan, but when are you gonna have the financials out for this business for the profit and loss?
I would say probably give us another month to get most of that stuff dialed in. Like I said, we
I
are
was-
doing well.
Okay, if I was on the council, I'd be very leery of making sure what the profit loss is and not wait 3-4 months. If you're running a business, you need to know what's coming in and out. And this affects all our band members. So I hope the council takes this business a little more serious than the past ones. Thank you.
We're making money.
Don't worry, Darren, we meet on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I don't.
We go over everything. I just had a question with all of, profit and loss. You actually should know what, and Vicky Hackey. I haven't seen you for a while. I know I haven't seen you for a while. You should actually know what the costs are for the like the electricity and water, sewer and all that stuff. So I mean, that should actually be figured in there also, not only just the product. So I mean, that comes with the profit and loss also. So I'm not sure if that's being paid out by Ishkode now or if that's part of the loan program to the reservation and the Y Star. So just my thought.
Sorry. I guess I had a question too. Most businesses, when they start up, have a automatic, like a business plan. Was that in effect? Have profit, loss, where you're getting the product. They have kind of a business plan in effect. Okay. That was the first part of it. Second part of it is, we're purchasing product from White Earth, right? Ain't White Earth under investigation for their weed business right now? I believe they are.
That's the first I heard of it.
Yeah, I believe they are. If you guys smoke, anybody smokes, like I do, you're gonna know what you're gonna find out. Okay, we don't want to get product from White Earth because they're under investigation. All right, you got to think. You got to think in terms of that too, because that's going to affect our business at Ishkode when the company that you're purchasing from is under investigation. Just a couple thoughts. Thanks.
Just all I'd like to say is, with purchasing from White Earth or whatever, and we do have our policies in place for making sure we have safe product and that compliance type issues where they are being tested, and we're making sure that that's the whole main reason I am for this business, is because you do not know what you're getting on the streets. And with this compliance and stuff in place, we have and are offering safe products. If there is an investigation going on and they're saying I don't know what it is. Is it for safe, not safe products? I mean, is that, I don't know. But if it's, they're gonna sell us unsafe products, it's gonna find out and we will not be dealing with selling that. I mean, we're making sure that they go through the compliance, the regulatory commission to make sure the product is safe. Those testings are saying they're safe. So we sell it. As soon as something comes back to say it's totally unsafe, man, for sure, I do not want that on our shelves. All right, that's about all I can.
I was just saying it was, could be a legal issue down the road. That's what I'm thinking about. I purchase product. Well, no, I better not. I purchase, I purchase product, and when I purchase my product, I know my product is tested. All right, I know it's tested. I know it's safe. I know there's no chemicals in it. I look for the same kind of levels you do when I purchase product because I smoke it. I give it to my friends to smoke. Am I gonna put somebody else in jeopardy over one little joint? No. So am I gonna put my kids in jeopardy over a joint? No. So I test my stuff before, all right? Miigwech.
Yes, underneath the business plan that you're talking about, yes, we knew where the products were gonna be coming from. Like when the tribal council was looking at building a growing facility and that they saw that how much it was gonna cost, $7-8 billion. I knew that the tribe didn't have that kind of money. So I made the recommendations of contracting with some of these other tribes that does have a growing facility, like Red Lake or White Earth. And the council went with it. Thank you.
White Earth is not under investigation for unsafe products. The issue with White Earth is that they're labeling the marijuana plant, but they're selling hemp as marijuana. Twice now, White Earth has had to remove the products off their shelves and relabel them for what it was, hemp. That's the issue with White Earth, not unsafe products.
Thank you for that. Jeff, can you check on that? Also reach out to Sadie to double check on that. Thank you. Paxton?
A couple hands up.
Couple.
First one is MRH. I'm not sure who that is, but make sure if you can state your name when you come on. I did. You're unmuted or you should be able to unmute yourself there.
There it is. Okay. This is Millie. What I wanted to know, when I started my business, in the state of Minnesota, I, worked out a 3-year, startup plan. And I went through that with, SCORE and a few other, I had some mentors helping me with that. And when I did that, I had to figure out where all my supplies were, where they were coming from, get a ballpark figure for all of that. And I had to do a cash flow statement and all that. I mean, it's not just a profit and loss. I mean, I had to do the whole thing, and my business plan is 40 pages long. Do you guys have that kind of a document for the business?
So there was quite a bit of business planning, even before I got on here. But I don't think it's like some band members think. We're not just literally putting up a shop and then just doing whatever we think is right. There's a lot of planning that goes into this. Like I said, in the cannabis industry right now in the state of Minnesota, it's not as easy as you can just to go, okay, I already know how much a 12-pack of Coke costs, right? We're looking at different numbers. So as these tribes begin to grow, there's going to be more facilities, there's going to be more competition, which those numbers will drop. And as White Earth knew at the beginning, they got into the stages early. They kind of cornered the market with their grow, and they're able to set the prices at what they want to set them at. Yes, we did look into a lot of that stuff. There's obviously more tribes that we're looking into. So if anything did happen with White Earth, we do have other options on the table still. And we're trying to explore those options. So I do get some of the concern with the White Earth investigation, stuff like that. But we do have other plans and other options. Mille Lacs also just opened up their facility to be purchased from. Also, Red Lake is fixing some of their stuff that didn't do a deal with us earlier because of the COAs, which is kind of what Robert said earlier about safe products. We want to make sure we're selling safe products. So they're also fixing that. But I do understand your concern, Millie.
Paxton, can you reach out to White Earth and then ask them directly about this investigation?
Yeah, I'll reach out to Zach today.
Thank you.
Darren has his hand up.
Tara, you told me not to worry, but that you meet weekly, but your person over there can't produce a profit and loss, so that does worry me. And Shane, you said that you had contracts figured out for where the product would be purchased, and then you should have known the price then, right? Yet your manager over there said you didn't know the price of the product till you got it, which was he didn't even have a menu out till like the first day you were open. So that it seems a little cobbled together, which still makes me leery also of the business. So I hope the council stays vigilant and oversees it.
There's contracts that we have and we negotiate a price. So the contracts go back and forth.
Yes.
So we don't have that immediate until we're done negotiating.
That's a question.
One more question and we're gonna move on.
Let's have one more question and then I'll leave it. Ishkode pays a good salary. I was amazed because I work at the Y store. Some of our employees up there have worked there for 20 years, 13 years, 8 years, 9 years. And Ishkode's salary started well above what the 8-year guy was making. They started well above what you get at Fortune Bay starting salary. What you get above, well above working for housing. What you get above working at the wilderness. So I guess I'm just saying, the council started a new business and kind of squatted on all their workers that are working right now, that are working for 8 years, that are working for 13 years, 20 years. I guess that kind of hurt a little bit, thinking that somebody starting a job, doing the same thing I am doing as a cashier, getting $5 more an hour than me. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but you were on council at the time when we did that Bluestone study.
Thank you.
And we came up with the various job descriptions and how much somebody's gonna be paid. So it's naturally common sense that some positions are when they get ratified for whatever from the study, that some positions are gonna be higher than the other ones. Because of what business they're in. Thank you.
I guess to go off that too, I think we're kind of comparing apples to oranges. When you come into the dispensary, you're greeted with knowledge, trying to figure out what best fits you. I mean, compared to what you say with the same thing as a cashier, when I go into the Y store, for instance, and I see you, you're not greeting me, asking me what kind of chips I'm looking for, what kind of pop I'm gonna get, things of that nature. So we are also trained in certain areas. They have to know the products that we're selling. So there is a little difference there with kind of saying a cashier is the same thing as what we have. Not breaking anybody down or anything like that, but that's kind of the gist of it is we do have training that we have to do, and there is a level of expertise, I guess, when you come in to know the products and things of that nature.
There's also the compliance issue that each employee has to
Yes.
take on and be accountable for. And the background is a little bit more extreme than an average.
It's even more extreme than the Fortune Bay would be actually too. So. Like, you have to have like a cannabis license and you have to pass a background check. And that thing goes back a lot farther than a lot of our other entities go. So even if you did something a long, long time ago, that still gets flagged and you're not able to get a cannabis license. So we have to go through our compliance. And that gets sent to them, and then that background check gets done there. So what I could tell you, I don't know if I can touch on that too much.
It's separate than gaming.
It is separate than gaming, but I'll tell you it's more strict than gaming. That's I can't go into that too much more.
So, thank you.
I guess my question would have to be if it is more strict than a gaming license, how would one that's getting fired from a gaming license position obtain a cannabis license? Okay, that was my question, and that's, as a band member, I would like to know. Oh, and then my mother had a question too, Carrie Strong, District 1, Boys Fort enrolled band member and residents. Her question was, the salaries and wages, were they ever exposed of what the I don't want to call you guys cashiers, but workers, the team members up at Ishkode are making? Was that ever publicly made, or when can that be publicly made? Because, you know. Okay, I had never seen the job postings, so I guess.
What we can't disclose is what somebody makes. But on the flip side, we can disclose what a salary pay range is from the minimum to the max.
Okay,
So we can disclose that.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving on. Up next is Christine Lundemo. Thank you, Paxton.
Morning.
Good morning. You're up with the FY 2022-2027 Minnesota Head Start Grant. You have the floor.
Yes, good morning. I'm here to ask for approval for the fiscal year 2026-2027 Minnesota Head Start Grant application. We are getting funded $240,542 for each year. And there is no match on these dollars. We use these funds actually for our in-kind match with the federal Head Start grant.
Were these numbers lower than in previous years due to new administration or anything, or, is there any concerns you have?
We're actually getting 3 times the amount of funding from the state than we did in 2022, 2023. So they have increased considerably.
Jeff, do you have any concerns with this grant application legal wise?
I know this is just a standard application, pretty similar to, I think, what what's been in past years. So no legal concerns about it.
Any other questions from council? If no further questions or discussions from council, I ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Tara. Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Next is the Head Start license, Nett Lake and Vermilion.
Yep, we do this on an annual basis. And this is for the license from June 1st, 2025 through May 31st, 2026. And we base our tribal license on our Indian Health Service inspections that we get. And we also do a health and safety checklist with a parent of an enrolled child in the program.
And how did that go?
It went good. We didn't have too many findings. Our maintenance guy, Robert Amatrano, he's the one that takes care of any findings in Vermilion. And then since we lease our building over in Nett Lake, the janitor at the Nett Lake School will fix any findings.
Okay. Any concerns from Jeff, legal wise?
Nope, nothing on my end.
Any questions or discussions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve the Head Start license for Nett Lake and Vermilion. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is the policy ordinance for the Head Start, early Head Start childhood health and safety reporting.
Yeah, I brought a child health and safety reporting policy to you because we did have an incident a couple months ago that we needed to report to Office of Head Start. And they were asking for this policy. And after I looked through our policies, they were kind of spread between like 3 or 4 different other policies. So what we did was we put it together. And then we did have Jeff review the policy. And that's what I'm requesting approval for.
No concerns, further concerns from Jeff, legal wise?
Nope, I reviewed this. Looks great.
Any questions or discussions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is the letter to Tina Smith regarding the Head Start funding and authorizing Shane to sign from Christine Lundemo. You want to just, do you have it on you, Christine?
Yeah,
Want to read it?
the whole thing.
Is it lengthy?
It's a page and a half typed out. I can read it.
Sure.
Okay. Dear Senator Smith, we write to express our strong support for the federal Head Start and Early Head Start programs, which serve thousands of children and families across our state. We urge you to stand with Minnesota tribes, communities, and families by calling on President Trump to reconsider his proposed budget cuts and maintain funding for these essential programs in his upcoming budget proposal. These programs are essential to our workforce, economy, and to the health and development of Boys Fort's youngest learners. Elimination of federal funds would force the Boys Fort Head Start to close. We ask you to consider the following impacts to the Boys Fort tribal community. As a result of Head Start, 100% of our students ages 0 to 5 are up to date on scheduled age-appropriate preventative and primary health care. 97% of Head Start families are working families. Eliminating funding would result in loss of childcare for these working families. 32% of children would have early childhood special education services ceased, and an additional 13% of children would lose access to speech and language services, which are critical for early literacy and communication skills. 23% of children served in the 23-24 school year were homeless, with 27% of families receiving referrals to housing services and 27% of families receiving referrals to crisis services, leading them on a path towards self-sufficiency. 100% of families would lose access to mental health services received through Head Start. 36% of children meet the federal poverty guidelines for early Head Start. 63% of Head Start families met the federal poverty guidelines. The nearest preschool is a 40-mile round trip, and early childhood services would be unattainable for most of these families. In Bois Forte, many Head Start graduates were the first in their families to graduate from college and are now in positions of management and tribal leadership. Bois Forte Head Start has been in operation since 1965 and currently has 2 centers, one in Nett Lake and one in Lake Vermilion. In 2016, Early Head Start was opened on the Bois Forte Reservation. In addition to providing child and family services, it has provided important career pathways for residents as community members have invested in their own education to become early childhood professionals. Eliminating this funding would devastate families, displace staff, and put the children of Bois Forte at a disadvantage. Head Start is an important investment with proven results, bipartisan support, and deep roots in our communities. By giving low-income families a strong start, Head Start helps break the cycle of poverty and yields a long-term success. Sincerely, Shane Drift.
Thank you for reading it. Any questions or discussions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Yeah, you too.
Up next is Dan Rabideaux with the Virginia Property Renovation-Phase II-Accept bids, recommendations, and authorization.
Thank you. Before you, I put together the bids that we received as a result of going out for public bid. We had 4 bidders. The recommendation is to move forward with Max Gray. Exhibit 1 shows all 4 bidders. The recommendation is to use Max Gray due to their extensive knowledge of the project, working with Terrell and various other things versus the low bid, which was $5,000. $5,900 less. They didn't have the experience in working with Tarot that we were accepting of. And based on the size of the project, that dollar amount seemed to be insignificant compared to another contractor that has more extensive experience in working with Tarot, as well as the uniqueness of installing and working directly with a dental equipment vendor. So the request is to accept the bids. Recommend accepting Max Gray as the approved contractor, and then authorize me to sign the documents once approved by legal for execution of the contracts. The funding source we will be using is a joint effort in working with our local bank to secure funds that will be covered by the 105L leasing project. So in essence, the band will receive funding to cover the principal, interest, tax payments on that property. So there will not be any out-of-pocket expense on behalf of the band to cover this expansion. In the event that something were to happen with the federal government and leasing program, we do have the financial reserves set aside to cover this so that there would not be any outstanding loan obligation should the council determine that we would want to pay off that loan in advance if something were to happen with 105L. I don't anticipate that happening, but again, there are no guarantees.
My question to that is that, with the one-off bill money, and that's just a huge concern, is that even though it's a requirement by law, they can circumvent that by saying that we don't have appropriations for it, creating basically a loophole to get around it. And when we talked about this before, is that should that happen and you end up with getting into your reserves to cover the cost, and then this facility will then in turn pay the reserve back, right?
That is the idea. Yeah, that operations would then repay any depleted reserves that we had, correct?
Any concerns from Jeff legal-wise regarding this?
Nope. Dan's reached out with all these materials and we've reviewed and talked about them. So no concerns on my end unless there's any questions.
Any questions or discussions from council? If no questions or discussions from council, I ask for a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second, Jesus.
Moved by Robert,
I'll just let you.
second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Up next is David Morrison Jr. with discussion on communication.
Good morning, everyone, people in attendance. So yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about communication. For example, this morning, I was coming out of the RTC and I happened to meet Vern coming out just a little bit before 9 o'clock. And he did not get the memo that the meeting was going to be held up there. So he came all the way to Nett late. So I'm not sure where communication went there. But anyway, as both an employee and a band member, I'm deeply invested in the well-being and the transparency of our organization and community. My concern centers around the lack of clear and consistent communication from tribal council to senior management. Senior management in turn relays the message to staff. As staff, we then have questions or concerns we address to senior management regarding the issues being addressed. And this leaves us wondering if these concerns are brought to your guys' attention. The gap in communication affects employee morale, transparency, and the ability to stay informed and engaged. I believe open communication and a structured process would benefit our tribe as a whole, and I appreciate the opportunity for discussion on potential solutions. So our planning team consists of cultural healing, SNAP Ed, Tony helps with the sobriety polo, SHIP, tribal tobacco, both our Boys and Girls Club, community health, the SDPI program, special diabetes population for Indians, MinChip, Nett Lake and Lake Vermilion Powell committees. And I'd like to lastly shout out accounting. Without accounting, we wouldn't be able to be paid as employees. Our program supplies we're able to get program supplies and all our bills paid with the help of them. So the first one I'd like to address is the teams. I know in the past, due to the fact that the all Boys Fort email system was being plugged up with the all Boys Fort emails, so we were directed to switch to teams. I was just curious if anyone knows a percentage of the staff that sees or use teams, because some staff to this day say they still don't check or use teams. Second one that was brought to our attention from council to senior management was they wanted, somewhere along the lines, we wanted a list of our events compiled for the year and some dates to be set for them. So some of our events, our culture, I broke it down into culture. We have our healing ceremonies, our spring and fall ceremonies, our rice camp, our netting clinic, which is going to happen tonight. We have drum teachings. We did berry picking, plant identification walks, medicine harvesting, tea making. We're also invited to local high schools for Indigenous Peoples Day to teach students about our culture. We've also went into schools and did powwow demonstrations. Next, we have our conferences. We just had our Healthy Teen Conference yesterday. We have our We Teach You conference coming up. our diabetes conference and our healthy heart conference. And our youth prevention conference will be coming up too. We also do a lot of our community stuff. So we have our seasonal block parties, which, this one back in February, that was our winter block party. We did snowshoeing, snow snake, beating, disc golf. At some of the fall ones, we did softball, kickball, community tag, 3-on-3 basketball. Also our walks, runs, which we have our MMIW walk coming up in the end of the month, our orange shirt day walk, our glow walk, and our neon walk. There's the gardening club, the farmers market. We also do youth canoe lessons and our MB3 Fit month. So when we set those dates, we came up with a list for the year of what we're going to be doing, and we target what we say we're going to do. So one of the directive too was to set dates for the conference a year in advance, which, one, if our Boys for It providers aren't available, we have to resource out. And in previous conferences, when I was tasked with contacting some of the big names that we brought in to be our main presenters, I reached out in 2 months in advance to some of those presenters, and they had to check their schedule. And I told them, we'll work around your schedule being our main presenter. So they said they'll get back to me. By the time they get back to me, it's probably about a month and a half or a month out. And then we set that date due to their schedule because they're being our main presenter. So also, we also do, yes, lost my train of thought. But anyway, now for all these events that I listed, we were told from senior management that if we want RTC council at these events, we have to request you guys to be at these events, which to me seems a little bit crazy, because that would be like any of our planning team requesting each other to be at our events. That would not be fair. Anytime we do our community events, we reach out, we say this is going on, and we all say, hey, we'll be there. What can we do to help? So I think if we have to request you to be there, I can't see myself requesting you guys to be there. Or if we need maybe I do need to request you guys. Maybe if you guys want to come help tonight, there's 3 of you there, the executive director. If you guys want to come help set and pull some nets, the invite is there. I'd invite you guys to come show our participants how to get in a canoe, set the net this evening, pull the net tomorrow, and come play some fish with us, because that's going to be for community members that want to learn how to net. And we're also collaborating with the Nett Lake School, so the Lake School will be able to witness that event. And it is a little bit frustrating, after hours, after 4:30, and on the weekends when we don't see council there or our directors there. It's a little bit frustrating when we're setting up for stuff in the evening and directors are driving by waving. That sends a mixed message. And even like with some of the stuff that's being the resolutions that are being presented at the end of the meeting, I guess I could view that as like a dictatorship. We're being dictated. So that being said, like our Healthy Teen Conference yesterday as well, that was a Boys for It sponsored event. It was good to see all the booths that were there, but our main breakouts, there was only myself and Kristen. We had a main breakout. There's probably about 25 youth at each breakout, and there was 5 breakouts. So, there was quite a few kids there that were in attendance. Being a Boys for It sponsored event, I think it'd be a little bit more nice if we could see a little bit more of our staff doing these main presentations rather than having a resource out. That's just my thought on that. Next, we were told any outstanding invoices to Fortune Bay come October, we are going to be held responsible to pay for those invoices. So that leaves me questioning, do we just not hold those events anymore where we're going to be forced to pay for those invoices? And, that's beyond our control because we're waiting on invoices from Fortune Bay. So I feel that's not right as well. And as for the Boys for Eagle staff. You know, I know you guys had reached out if we're able to pay for that with one of the grants that I helped manage. I was honored to be able to help pay for that out of the programs that I manage, you know, because that was the Boys for Eagle staff needed a remake. The veteran that did do that kept it to the original design. That was how the original Eagle staff look. So the communication that would have been a little bit more nice to know in advance rather than getting him a contract to pay for that so we could get him paid for that. Would have been nice to have a little bit more notification rather than 10 business days before the fact. I know everybody runs on culture, so it'd be nice to see people, elected officials, come to our culture stuff. Attitude reflects leadership. So the message that's being sent is, do we in turn, since you guys are occasionally not there at stuff and our directors ain't there, do we solely focus on doing our stuff 8 to 4:30, and once 4:30 comes we clock out just like everybody else? Or do we put everything on hold and just see who else is going to pick up all this stuff that we do? Like I said, it's having an effect, affecting our morale for planning purposes and moving forward with serving our Boys Fort band members. So I'm just wanting to see what your guys is, if we could come to a agreement on how do we move forward. What do you guys, what's your guys' thoughts? That's all I have to say.
Squidge. I'm echoing. But, you know, it's not the easiest thing in the world to know exactly what's going on at all times and stuff, and, you know, following my schedule as it is, you know, seeing stuff like, you know, the new Eagle staff being worked on, and, you know, seeing that come to fruition, you know, that's, you know, what I love to see. You know, I'm sorry I can't, you know, the process that it took to do it and stuff, you know, and, you know, just being at the powwow, seeing that and knowing that that did come to fruition, and knowing that you took that upon yourself, or took, you know, took a lead in getting that done, you know, it's awesome, you know. And I'd feel that, you know, anybody that has a certain event, you know, gonna be coming up, I don't know, you know, I don't think I have your number straight off. I don't know if you have mine, but I know it's available. And, you know, I'd appreciate, you know, a nice little call from you every once in a while, just to give me a heads up. I'm so, you know, I'm not putting this on you. It's, you know, it's me not being able to exactly, you know, go into the teams and look under the files under what's it,
Yeah,
events,
that's
or,
my
you know,
point I'm getting at. Is
yeah,
it's
you
we're
know,
instructed to use Teams, and if you're not
yeah.
even using Teams, what message is that sending us?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I mentioned something about putting it all on my calendar, and I heard, you know, that's a lot, you know, but, you know, there, you know, and then I'd still have to decipher, you know, like say the Healthy Teen Conference, you know, I knew some staff that went, you know, and my daughter went, and, you know, and it was not, I was not, you know, able to go because, you know, I was at the MCT meetings, you know, and it's hard for us when things are compiled on together at the same time. So, you know, I'm not, you know, not putting no blame on anything. It's just, you know, it's just not the easiest thing in the world. You know, seeing the different things that I've seen on weekends, you know, like, you know, I've checked out a volleyball tournament here at the Wellness Center. I think I missed the last basketball thing, and that hurts me too, that I'm not there, but, I just had other things going on. I saw family, I saw people that I would have loved to have been there, I'm too out of shape to be running up and down a court or anything like that. But, I would have loved to have been there to see my nieces, my nephews having fun playing that game, but I just wasn't available. And it's hard. I'll just have to say that. And thank you for all you do. And, I appreciate everybody that puts these events on, but
I get it. Everybody, you guys are busy. We are equally as busy as well. And, I see Marissa there. Marissa has a bunch of little ones that, she has to decide what she is going to do and, to ask us to plan. And like I said, a lot of our stuff is pretty much cultural healing and SNAP Ed that do a lot of this stuff. And what's going to happen is what if you guys do get to the point where, this message that's being pushed, where we're going to say, well, maybe we should just all take a break too. What staff is going to step up and do all this stuff that our planning team does for our Boys Forward band members? The Boys Forward band members are going to be the one that's not going to be able to have all this awesome stuff that we're going to do. So I don't know. We got to figure it out somehow. And I'm hoping that we could come to a resolution here, what we want to do. And as you guys, as elected officials, like I said, it does get a little bit frustrating at times. I am feeling the effects of the morale. And like I said, we all have to come together at some point and figure our stuff out. And whatever it is we do, like I said, we're here to serve the Boys Forward band membership.
Hi guys. I just, I can agree with Squidge. I think as myself growing up in Nett Lake, one of the coolest things was seeing all of our higher leadership there. Many of you who are still here, in this meeting right now. And when I grew up, it's like, wow, I want to be a part of that community. I want to be a part of the planning. I say, I don't even think of my kids, the young generation now, like that'd be amazing to see more higher leadership there. Come together as a community. I guess, yeah, maybe for morale for employees, I can see that, but I think it bring us all together really well. And I think being able to see firsthand everything that we do would be amazing. I really don't expect you guys to make everything, you know what I mean? Like Squidge said, I do have 5 kids. The older 4 are all in sports. I'm super busy. My husband works nights most of the night, so it's a lot of planning for me too. So I totally get it when you can't make it, but it would just be so nice, just not even you guys directly, but just higher leadership, especially in Health and Human Services. A lot of the programs are under their planning, the community events. And but the teams thing, I think what I see, it's hard how we used to do the all Boys Forward emails. I think everyone could see it. I'm not saying I want it to go back to that, but even, I can't check it all the time. You guys can't check it all the time. It's really hard to say everything. And we're kind of seeing numbers go down as time goes on. And that's not very good for our reporting sense either, when it comes down to reapplying grants or renewing them. So I think, that's just my 2 cents in it. Squidge asked me to come here with him, but I understand the busy lives, I really do. But I think even for me, I have to put the right foot forward and always weigh out importance, right? Family importance, job importance, community importance. And it's learning how to space those out. Not saying that you guys don't, but maybe, okay, well, this one I want to go to, especially in Vermilion, we have me and Earl here. The club helps us out, but it's only us 2 that hold these things. And so it would be nice to, see a few fellow co-workers, some Health and Human Services attend, a few leadership to just be like, hey, yeah, I'm proud of this. This is our little baby that we're doing all the time. So it would just be nice. A morale pickup. That's all I got to say. Thank you guys.
To respond to that, yes. As a council member, I try to make as many events as I can, and with our schedules as a council members, we get pretty busy. Like this week, as an example, we were at Fortune Bay on Monday, for the MCT subcommittee meetings all day. Then we were there again Tuesday for the MCT meeting. Today we're here for the RTC meeting. We still have executive session this afternoon. Friday, I think Tara and Robert are going down to Bemidji for one of our band members. I think it's Robert Anderson, I think it is. He has something going down at the college down there. I can't make it because my son is moving out of his dorm, so I got to take some leave off to help him move out. Friday, we got the 1854 Treaty Authority Board meeting, and our schedule is pretty full. But what would be nice that if you want the council or council members to attend these events, send us a calendar invite so that when we accept it, it'll be put onto our calendar. So that when we look at our calendar, say, hey, we got the graduation ceremony. We got the head side graduation, whatever, that it's on our calendar. And
Again, everything is on Teams. Our calendar event is on Teams. If you go on Teams, it is on there. We have them listed out and we plug them in when we figure out our dates and stuff. So it is on Teams. You know, our stuff is on Teams. And again, one more thing that I forgot to mention, you know, so for the sobriety powwow, 2 of us did a fundraiser. Some of you did buy some of our cards that we were selling. So between 2 of us, you know, I donated items that were worth $500 and the other person donated items that were worth $500. So we had to have that polled to get approved by you guys for the fundraiser. But it took multiple times to fill out the agenda request form until it was filled out satisfactory. So having to jump through multiple hoops to get to one hoop made me question, like, I'm the one that's donating items valued at $500, and we're able to give away 3 spot dances. 2 of them were $650 each. One was in the first grand entry, one was in the second grand entry. And then we did a $300 spot dance for the youth. So that was $1,600. So having to jump through multiple hoops to do that fundraiser just ruined it for me. So I doubt I'll do that again if it's going to be that difficult. And I got that idea from a district representative in Ball Club. I seen he was at their Miigwech-Monoman powwow. He was doing a fundraiser, a raffle, which he donated items. I was like, hey, man, that's something I want to do. That's something I want to do for one of our powwows. And at the sobriety powwow at Mushkogin last year, they did a spot dance. They started with 1,000, and by the end of the night, it was a $2,000 spot dance. And some little girl won that. I was like, man, that's something I want to do too. I want to have a big spot dance at our powwow. So just the fact that it was made a tough task. Maybe at some point I'll consider doing it again, but if it's going to be that difficult, I'll probably just not even bother. Because like I said, it was for a good cause. I was willing to donate the items I donated out of my pocket. And there was 13 nice prizes. If you want a prize, you want a really nice prize for $25.
thank you. Hey, Goodsky, you had your hand up for a while. If you want to go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. This is Ashley Goodsky. I just got a second here. I'm at work. I just want to say thank you so much for getting that Eagle staff fixed. That was something that I brought to the council's attention. I think it was like a year after my grandpa passed, because my grandpa had asked Kurt Moon to fix the veteran Eagle staff because it needed to be fixed. And so I think, well, after my grandpa passed, Kurt reached out to me and asked me, well, how do we go about fulfilling his request? And so then I talked to my dad about it. I was like, is this something that we take over and redo and make sure that this Eagle staff gets fixed? Or what are your thoughts? And he had said, maybe ask a spiritual advisor and see what they say. So then I talked to Kurt about it, and Kurt Moon, and he is like, okay, I'll talk to the spiritual advisor. I'll go that way and see how we can go about doing this. But I brought this attention what, my grandpa's been passed 3 years now. I brought this to your attention 2 years ago. And now I'm just hearing about it, that I'm not sure if it's a money problem now that this is getting fixed, but that's kind of irritating because my grandpa really did a lot of his work with the community on his own time. And the fact that the work that he has done is getting halted because a money issue, that is a shame. I helped my grandpa pull eagle feathers because no one was there to help him. I didn't ask my grandpa for nothing in return. He always offered, he always gave forward to people who helped him. He would give you the shirt off his back if you needed help. I promised my grandpa when he died that I would help fight this invisible enemy is what he called it, and that was COVID. It has been such a fight planning these cultural events. Nobody wants to help. I have to bend backwards to get meetings to the powwow committee meetings. Nobody knows who's who. The spiritual advisor didn't even know who the powwow committee was, and I keep reaching out and asking questions, and everybody is like, don't want to accept nothing, responsibility or something. I don't know what it is, but I have been bending backwards, and I've told people numerous times, if you need help, please reach out to me. I work from home. I can be reached at. Everybody knows where I live. They know my number. I'm not a hard person to reach. I have a lot of contacts I can direct people to. People still come to me about the powwow, and I can't direct them to anybody because nobody can be reached or nobody's returning calls. But I'm sorry, I just verbally vomited on you guys, and I do apologize. But I really just wanted to hop on here and say thank you guys for taking care of that Eagle staff. Thank you for that.
Tony, wake him up again. I feel like I'm gonna be up here a lot today. So I initially said I was gonna come here to support Squidge. And I support him 100%. Social media in Teams is not working. And I'm asking to use all voice board email again to get them notices out. Me and Miranda have been going back and forth in emails about this communication issue. I print flyers. When I go to town and I run into our Indigenous people, I will hand them flyers out so that they know what's going on. But if they don't work here, they don't know. Every single one of these events that we are doing revolve around healing ourselves, our community, so that we can get healthier and better and unite. We should all be allowed to plan activities as Indigenous employees here too. No matter what department it is, we should be able to volunteer to help Marissa, Earl, Squidge. We shouldn't have to be stuck in the corner because we're not a part of the Health and Human Services team. There are other people that want to step up and help, but we're not allowed to because we are not a part of that team. But we all work here. We're all employees. We all work for the tribal membership, and we should be given the opportunity to support those other departments when we have the time. I hear you guys. I understand that you guys are busy. You guys have a personal life. You guys have given up a lot for all of us. And I'm grateful for that because I don't want your job. But to ask for a calendar invite when the information is on Teams and we're directed as employees to check that Teams, I think you need to take a little bit of responsibility and do that yourself too. Instead of putting that back on us to force that communication up the chain. I know you guys are busy. Here's one thing you could do. Have the executive secretaries add all them events to your calendar so you get a notification, and then you can decide if you want to go, even if your calendar's flooded. You can dismiss it. You don't have to accept the invite, but at least you'll get the notification of the events right to your phone. Communication is an issue here. I found out about this new hotel policy by Squidge. I have been trying from Fortune Bay since January this year to get a quote for the sobriety powwow rooms. You know what their excuse was to us today? It's the new system. They just switched new systems in April. They could have given me the quote in January, but now I still have that out there. I can't even do a PO because they won't even give me an estimate on what the room charge was. But that's coming back on us, and that shouldn't be on us either. I don't know how to correct the communication. I just can tell you guys what I do when I'm out and about. I tell people what's going on. Because you know what? I think it's a little disheartening when we walk into events and it's employees in the room. The grants that we get, that money is for our community members that live here, not just us employees. But we're getting that benefit. We're getting excused from work because we do got to help programs make their numbers for these events too. So I think you guys need to allow us to use all voice forward email for these events. Get the calendar up. If you don't want it on your calendar, then have a separate tribal council event calendar that you guys have to the side. Something, because I don't think we should have to invite our leadership to every single event. I think that should be an honor to attend them with us. Robert, Shane, and Terry, you all showed up at the sobriety powwow, and I didn't even get the chance to talk to any of you, and thank you for coming. None of our programs were there to give information to our people that want to be in recovery. 0 programs come there. You know what that said to that community? That our people that come to work here didn't care about them. Our SUD program wasn't there. There was nobody from mental health. There was nobody from education. There was no housing resource case managers. That was the event to get that information out to the band members that really needed it. But we didn't have no support from anybody. You want to know why? Because it happened on a Saturday. One of the comments I got, I don't work for this tribe on the weekend. I don't work for this tribe after 4:30. No. We're all here as employees working for every single tribal member. And these people need support from all of us, not just their team. So if you guys could put a policy in place that says anyone from any department can join that planning team, that might help out. Communication is on us employees too. But we need an avenue to do it, because I shouldn't have to be the only foot soldier running flies down to Virginia and hoping I run into one of our community members to share it with. I go around, cook, power. When I go in the gas station, I'll post our flyers, but that's not our targeted population. We are trying to get our people to come to these. They're all culturally related. And I thought there was a resolution that was signed that culture and language was an emergency thing. This ordeal with the Eagle staff, I hear what Ashley's saying, but we had to go talk to Dwayne Columbus because he was the original maker of that staff, and we needed Dwayne's permission to have that staff redone. It took some time to get in contact with Dwayne. Toodles, Linda Tibbetts, and Nate, they made that happen for us. What would have been nice if everybody was there to honor that Eagle staff back into the circle, because that's important to our vets. That's what we use when our vets go out and defend this country that is attacking every single tribal nation in the United States. So please help us figure this out. We're asking for our leadership to lead us. We need you guys. We can't do this alone. And people are getting burnt out. And do you guys want us all to quit? Because if we quit doing this, nobody's going to step up and do these events for our people. And I'm sorry.
The record. They did approach us, Linda, and then did approach the council about the Eagle staff. The council did say, yes, let's do it. The council also said we need to find the money to pay for this, help pay for this, because it's important. Squidgy approached me and said that his program could pay for it. And I was like, yes, great, that's good. I was down there before they did the honoring of that staff. I was there. I got there before they started. So I watched them dance around with that staff. I was in attendance. I supported it. You know, and the council, when we met and approved it, yes, let's go forward. Well, that was a huge commitment from the council. You know, and we have another Eagle staff that we need to take care of. You know, when they want to do these ceremonies here or on a Nett Lakeside, it's yes, do it. But I think that to Tony's point about if people from other employees from other departments want to help another program from another department, they should be allowed to do it. And I think that we as a council need to make that happen. If we have to do away with a rule or whatever, then let's do that. Because if our staff, you know, if they're struggling with this, and myself, I have an open door policy. When band members message me on Messenger, or they bring something up to me, and I tell them, thank you for bringing this to my attention because I didn't know anything about it. I will address it. I will look into it. And my comment about adding this to our calendar, getting our calendar invite, it makes it easier for us as a council member, for myself, I should say. And I try to make these events as much as I can. Just because I don't attend doesn't mean I don't see that's important. It's just that sometimes my personal life, I got things to attend to. Sometimes I'm going to be away on travel. It doesn't mean I don't find it important. Now, there's going to be a lot of events I'm going to miss. There's going to be a lot of events I'm going to be attending, if my schedule permits. I have a work schedule and I have a personal schedule. You know, but what you guys do, I understand. You know, it's hard, especially when you don't get the numbers that you're looking for. You know, I know it's troublesome because you're basically doing what the grant calls for. I used to see that when I worked with KBFT. A lot of our events were poorly attended, even though we advertised like crazy for it. We didn't have that many people come out to our events. And we had people up on the stage doing shows and stuff, and there was only maybe less than 10 people in a room. We had the show down here at the saloon down here in Virginia. Nobody attended. It was just the KBFT staff. So I understand where you're coming from, where it's difficult, it's hard, it's frustrating. I understand. But like I said, if we need to do away with the rule to allow other employees from other departments to help, then let's do it. Any comments or questions from council?
So my comment is just that the fact was that, yeah, I did agree that I'd pay for it, but it was under assumption that council was gonna have it paid for. And like I said, I had even no clue Kurt was even redoing that Eagle staff until the week and a half before the powwow. I called him because he had some issues going on. I was making sure that he was still okay to be our head dancer for our sobriety powwow. And they were donating some items for the fundraiser. I just called him and say, hey, Kurt, because he was going to go dance at the powwow before that Monday. Hey, I said, are you still good to go? He said, yep. I said, you're going to have your item there you're donating for our fundraiser? Yep. And he said, and I'll have the Eagle staff there, which I didn't even have no idea he was redoing that. Again, like I said, the communication, it would have been nice to know from your guys then, hey, this is what we're struggling with money. Can your grant help pay for this? Not my specific grant, but the grant I help manage. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna call for a 5-minute break.
Shane, before we go on that 5-minute break, can I make a few comments? Because I think a lot of the comments are directed at council when they should be directed at as me as the executive director. So can I? First of all, I would very much like to say thank you to Squidge. Let me finish first, please. I would like to say thank you to Squidge. I would like to say thank you to Tony, everybody who brought these comments to council today. I appreciate it because feedback is good. Some of the requests that are being made of council are not necessarily council's decisions. The directive to use Teams was made by me. I strongly feel as the executive director, and well before I was the executive director, I felt that all Boys Fort emails should be reserved for the most important urgent notifications. I have heard that people ignore the all Boys Fort emails when they were going out, at will. And so that was my decision as the executive director. I let council know these ideas before I implemented them, not necessarily to get their approval, but just so they were aware of it. The yearly events calendar, I strongly believe that as an organization, as a community, we should be planning our events as much as possible into the future. I do understand that there are certain ceremonies, there are certain events that may not be able to be planned a year in advance. But there is another form of communication. So if we knew that executive director fund day was going to be next June 15th in 2026, getting that information out now, is communication. It's communication for our staff. It's communication for our communities. It's communication for everybody. And so I strongly believe the farther out we can schedule these events, the better communication we can provide to our people. The request for RTC council members or myself as the executive director, I'm going to agree with Shane, and council's schedule is busy. sending them a calendar invite so they can see what's going on that day and whether they're going to be able to attend your event. If they accept it, you can, you have an idea that they're going to be there. If they don't accept it, I would think they're not able to make it that day. I have asked that the executive assistants, Nikki and Regina, be invited to this events planning committee. So they know council's schedules. They know, kind of what's going on throughout the organization. So I think their involvement into this committee would help us with communication. We keep talking about communication. I agree. It does need to get better. If we use the radio station, if we use social media, I know from not working at the tribe for about a year and a half back in 2019, 2020, if you don't work for the tribe, you don't know what's going on. I mean, and I'm not trying to say anything about public works or garbage pickup, but I found out the day of via social media that the garbage was moved one day. I didn't have that information, but people working at the tribe had that information. So we need to increase communication. This is not something new. This is something that has been going on for years. I remember going to a public meeting with council, different council at a time or different makeup of council at the time, and letting them know. If you don't work for the tribe, you don't know what's going on. I appreciate Tony's efforts bringing flyers down to, local communities and spreading the information. But, we need to find out as a tribe, as employees, community involvement, how can we increase that communication? How do you want the communication? I want to speak about the RTC agenda. Squidge, I apologize that you're feeling like it was a pain to get on the RTC agenda. That's communication. We need to make sure that tribal council has sufficient information on the RTC agenda in order to consider what's being requested. And so, that again is on me as the executive director. I want to make sure things are reviewed by the tribal attorney. I want to make sure what your request is clearly stated to council prior to coming at the agenda. So these are little changes that I've put into place. Like I said, I've communicated these with council, not necessarily for their approval, but just so they're aware of it. I want to address the issue with Fortune Bay, and people are going to be paying out of pocket for those invoices at Fortune Bay. This is coming from me again. I've set the deadline of October 1st that all tribal council employees need to follow our procurement policies to make sure that we are, following what we need to for grants. If it's a major purchase, we need 3 quotes. If it's a sole source, we can only get, the service or the product from one company. We have that paperwork, and I have told senior management, tell your staff, let your staff know if they don't start following the procurement policy, they're going to have to pay out of pocket for these. We have policies within the tribal government for efficiency, and maybe it's a pain in the butt, but you know what? We need to make sure we have things documented. We, people have said it, the way we've done things in the past is not the way we should do things in the future. So I'm making changes as the executive director. I invite you as employees. Tony mentioned it. She and I have been emailing back and forth about a number of things. I appreciate that feedback from Tony. I encourage all staff, all of our band members, all of our community members, wherever you are, communicate with me, because a lot of these things were my decision, and I was not approached on many of these things by the people speaking about them today. Council is extremely busy. We are under attack by the administration. They need to be at those meetings, state, national. They need to be in those meetings trying to protect our future. And so if you have issues, administrative issues, policy issues, I invite you to come to me. I've said that since the first day that I got into this position. I serve you as the band members. So I welcome your comments, your feedbacks, what I'm doing wrong. Let me know. I can only change things with feedback. There are going to be growing changes with any changes that we make. I appreciate this feedback. I absolutely do. But now that it is here, it's out in the open, let's work to fix that. Council, when they have feedback, they give it to me. But I'm like the rest of you. We need to work together for these changes. If we need to make a committee, a communications committee, let's do it. If you want to be on that committee, let me know. Community members, employees, management. I discussed a few of the things today with senior management at our management meeting yesterday. And I told senior management, I'm hearing staff are saying they don't work on the weekends or after hours. I don't like to hear that. We as employees serve our communities. We serve our band members. And I told senior management, flex their time if you need to. If you're able to give them overtime to work in the evenings or on the weekends, do it. As managers, supervisors, directors, go to those events, support the staff. I went to an event as a participant. I did not go as the executive director. This was on a Saturday and there were 2 people there. But I was super thankful that that event went on. I learned, it was cultural, I learned. Those are the types of things that I hear you, and I'm talking to senior management. I want our senior management to support our staff, to go to those events. Again, I agree with Shane. If you want council there, you want me there as titles versus band members, community members participating in the event. If you want me there as the executive director, tell me. Because
Let me interrupt you for a second. I'm sorry. So I guess my point is, you're missing the point. The point is council directed senior management, okay? Get this list of events. We did, okay, that's what you want. That's what we did. And then next we were told again, now if you want us at these events, you have to request us. You guys are the ones saying that. I know, yes, Shane, we are doing our work plans. If you're too busy to even come and we have to do that, why even tell senior management to tell our planning staff this? Just let us continue to do our work plans. If you're too busy to attend, it shouldn't even have mentioned that. We shouldn't even have been told, get your stuff to us. Now you got your stuff to us. Now you got to request us there. Just trust us that we're doing our work plan. Because believe me, I am going above and beyond. I am helping manage other grants. And if you ask our staff, our team that, I am going above and beyond. That's all I'm saying. Okay, well, I'm just getting my point out. You guys are switching that around now. It's like.
No, I just want to make it clear that council did not direct senior management to do this.
Well, why were we told that? Well, whoever it is. And
I don't know who told you that, but I told senior management it's highly encouraged to get these events scheduled as a year out. So that's me. That's not tribal council. That's me saying that.
okay, then like I said, we are pretty vocal in our meeting that we made with the senior management. Each one of us has a valid concern. So I don't know if what our concerns are going to senior management, if it's going back to you. That's all I'm trying to say. Is I don't know if how this middleman communication is working. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Take a recess for 5 minutes. It is 11:15. We'll reconvene at 11:20. Thank you. All right, good morning. Call the meeting back to order at 11:31 a.m. Are we done with the topic, or are we gonna move on? We'll take one more question. Go ahead, Darren. What's your question?
Hello, I was just wondering about the Eagle staff, if there's anybody assigned to it to take care of it. And then I just wanted to say also that all these questions and stuff and comments that they're bringing to you, they're looking for leaders to create an action plan. They're looking for people to make motions and find people to correct these problems, communication, things like that. They don't want you just to sit there and listen. They want you to do something about it and reassure the people that you're going to take care of these issues. During the council meeting, you have a chance to do that, but when you leave, no one knows what you're doing. It'd be nice to see more motions to come up with some problem solving techniques or assign these to different people to take care of them.
One of the things with the VETS Eagle staff that was recommended by Julie Kittles, the spiritual advisor that did the ceremony to bring it back into the circle, is that we need to assign that Eagle staff to one of our vets to take care of. So that wasn't something that me and Squidge in Pigpen felt that was our duty to find a vet to do that. But I'm willing, if you guys want help, we can find a vet to take care of that. The Eagle staff that was redone can come apart and be put in a case to be protected while out on travel also. We just need to get a case for it. But that's what we need to do, is find a vet that will take care of that staff for us. That's what the recommendation from the spiritual advisor was.
Now, which there's two staffs now. There's the one that Jean made, then there's the one that was just redone. Which one?
The VETS Eagle staff, because we had the Boys Fort Eagle staff,
Mhm.
and that's the one without the blue cloth. The vet staff is the one with the blue cloths in all the pins for each armed service.
Okay,
And then the ribbon for that armed service.
okay.
And it's blue and red, the material in the, everything goes up and down on it for the armed services.
Okay, and now with that other staff, with Gene's staff, the one that he made, is there plan, is there a need for it? Just to be clear, is there a need for it to be redone or upgraded or renewed?
Yes, it is, because them feathers are getting pretty beat up and the strings are going to break soon. And when that one gets redone, it would be nice whoever the maker is can make it so that it can be taken apart for travel and put in a case, because that's what's causing a lot of damage to our Eagle staffs.
But during that conversation, one of our band members, one of our veterans, Donald Chosa, expressed that he'd be interested in helping redo that staff.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, also, I need to say to Miranda, thank you for stepping up and communicating that it was, and what you said regarding the decisions that were made. That was awesome. Thank you. Whatever.
Okay, I didn't get to address anything, and so now I'll try to be as brief as possible. The cultural events, I think we should reevaluate that and put that on a standing agenda item on our Monday morning meetings. Have all the cultural events that we know of ahead of time and decide which one of the three of us, I'm sorry to say that, but the three of us that are going to attend, and then make plans for that when there's a full 5 of us. And then we can also direct our directors to be able to see if they can attend 1, 2, or 3, attend events. And then we can adjust their schedule or whatever. I think that needs to happen. And we should reevaluate the teams and all boys sport, or create an all boys sport waiver for cultural events only. Affecting morale to an already low morale. So this was a hit. This was a hard to listen to for me. And I've battled morale even when I was an employee here. It's been a long-standing thing. It took us a long time to get this way. It's going to take a little bit more effort to get us out of this funk we're in. And we all ran on it that we're community-based, we're community involved, culture is important to us. And I give no excuse to our schedule. So I think that's my take to our schedule. All 5 of us don't need to go jam-packed into this one meeting or, all of us going in. I think we need to be comfortable enough, 5 of us, there's 3 of us now, sorry. But when there was 5 of us, let's take our specialties. My specialty is finance, environmental, that kind of thing. I can go to those things and I always take detailed notes, and then I can come back to the council and give them my notes and then we can all collaborate. I think that's a better way to communicate. And it starts at the top. If we're not communicating well, then how about the executive director, if she needs to, be well in that area, and then it just trickles down. And then hopefully the frontline crew can, that will flow a little bit better than what it has been. I'm just gonna say something about the cultural events. I really love going. And those spring and fall ceremonies. Shane knows about this. We had a meeting that was scheduled for council during one of those events. And we were strongly encouraged to go. So we went to the meeting that we were told to go to. But there was a spring ceremony downstairs in the Eagle Room. And we looked online. We were the only council members that were on that meeting. We closed it out and went downstairs. So that can happen. We can cancel our things and go to these events. So I think that's what we need to do to start with the communication, is start it on Monday morning meetings, have a long-standing calendar agenda item for cultural events, decide who is going to go or who can go. And especially if there's a requested speaking engagement, an opening or whatever. So I think that's something that we can begin. Miigwech.
All right, thank you. Tara, you have anything to add, Robert? You good? All right.
The last thing that I have is that if we're gonna give good grace to the higher, higher ups and higher authority, not, I don't want to say authority, but job positions, council, directors, anything. I think that year's worth of planning is kind of far too far. I can do 3 months for sure, and I'm not the only parent planning these things. I can be pretty precise with the 3 months, but the year is gonna be difficult. Like I can't go. None of us parents can go tell the school, go tell the coaches, go tell the doctors, someone gets a broken arm, someone gets sick, we can't plan those things and we can't force other people beyond Boys Fort, you know, to revolve around that. And so it's intimidating to me as a lower employee to hear that and be like, well, if I set this or commit to this and something comes up, you know, and I think everyone agrees, family's important. Your children are important. Everyone here on this table has been a parent or is still a parent. And your children come first. So if we have something scheduled, you know, but all of a sudden Kyrie has a another state championship for wrestling to go to, that's going to be priority. So I think that's one thing that really needs to be looked into. I know that we have all expressed that to our higher management. I don't know if it got past that, but I wanted to set that across so then I don't have to say it ever again. Thank you.
Alright.
All I want to say is that before we move past this is that if there's some way that you could have Fortune Bay bill for their services within a timely manner, like within a couple of days. When I go to have a conference at another hotel, I get a bill right at that time, or else within a couple of days later. But getting a bill 8 months after the event is just kind of ridiculous. So I don't think that should be held against staff. But if there's something you can do to correct that situation at Fortune Bay, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you for that. And we are addressing that particular type of situation with our tribal government and also on the Fortune Bay side. So something like that doesn't happen again. Thank you. I think we're gonna move forward. We're dragging on and on. Now we're going on to the donation committee recommendation. Is it about this, is it about this donation?
So with the donation committee, the amount requested was $500 for the Minnesota Native Elder Games. The request was received from Diane Grooms. Like I said, the amount requested was $500. The amount recommended is $500. And they are asking for council to donate to support an elder program / organization with their efforts to travel to the National Senior Games that will be held in Des Moines, Iowa, July 24th through August 4th, 2025. And they have 3 Boys Fort members that are qualified for the nationals.
Any questions or concerns from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve. Is there a motion? Moved by Robert, is there a second? Second by Tara, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is Jaylen Shaw with the Tribal Monitor Program Agreement. You have the floor.
Good morning, council. So my request is more of a updated signature. This is regarding the tribal monitoring program that we're trying to set up through the Tribal Historic Preservation Office program. Originally, when we were signing these contracts, we had it in mind as if we were going to be only using this MOU that was signed with New Range for tribal monitoring that would be happening within the New Range project. Throughout different talks, we ended up kind of opening it up more so to just a generalized tribal monitoring contract. But without really noticing that change, we anticipated that these contracts would be less than $10,000. Once it came time for payment for the tribal monitors, we have 5 of those, by the way. Once it came time to payment for those, working with our accounting ladies, we realized that the amount of the purchase order that would be requested would be quite a bit higher than $10,000. And just for the public's awareness, it would the highest we worked with accounting, and we had to base it off of the highest possible earnings that one of these purchase orders could be made out for, and that was about $248,000. All of these funds would be paid for by different organizations that we are requesting tribal monitoring program for. So it would be a self-sustaining program. It wouldn't cost the tribe any funds to do. But working with accounting, just realizing that our purchase order would be quite a bit higher than the amount that we originally thought. And so now we're coming back to the council meeting to request Shane's signature on these contracts, just so that council is aware that this is happening.
First question is to our tribal attorney, Jeff. Are you still on the line, Jeff? Somewhere?
Yep, I'm here.
Do you have any concerns with this this contract?
So no concerns. I worked with Jaylen to kind of come up with a template that, you know, could be used now and could also be used moving forward for tribal monitoring. So, you know, I think the contract, I think that you have is intended to be a template that can be kind of tailored to specific unique projects moving forward as well, because each project might be a little bit different in terms of what, you know, Jaylen's office is looking for or specific priorities and things. So that template is what you have before you as like a really good baseline, I would say, for tribal monitoring agreements, and then they can be tailored moving forward. So, but other than that, no concerns on my end.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or discussion from council?
Jaylen, could you kind of explain like the situation where it might come up, you said this is kind of based on something like with the new range or whatever, but like I see this happening maybe, needed for something like a road construction project, or can you elaborate on what this service would be doing? And, I do like, the way it sounds, that it is self-sustaining and everything is great, but, just to give our people that more knowledge on what TIPO really actually, is for and the different aspects it could be used for.
So a grand overview of what the Tribal Historic Preservation Office does is we review projects that receive federal funding that are for any sort of infrastructure building, ground disturbing activities that would happen within tribal lands, within ancestral tribal lands or traditional homelands. And it's essentially to protect and intervene whenever different tribal resources are disturbed. So that could be anything from protecting sugar bush sites that we know have been used or could be used, birch bark sites that could be used. We've worked on different projects, such as like the fiber optics line. We had to go and I drove around Deer Creek and Big Fork, checking all the ditches that these the right of ways, I guess, that these lines would be trenched in. So it depends on all sorts of different projects. There's a few that we are recommend tribal monitoring for currently. So one was a project that was happening down towards Mankato. There's a couple of burial mounds that have been disturbed in the past, but there hasn't been any additional archaeological surveys done for that area. They're essentially going to replace the road and repave it. But with the concerns of burial mounds being there in that spot beforehand, it's likely to assume that there's other burial mounds, other burial locations that haven't been discovered, or haven't been disturbed. So that might be one that we would recommend tribal monitoring for. There's a few in Duluth. So essentially, this would be a service that Bois Forte would request for different areas that we think could be potentially damaging to our people. And basically, we have a trained tribal monitor on site whenever they're digging into the ground. just to make sure that these companies aren't ignoring the fact that there may be a human remain, or there may be a culturally sensitive, culturally modified tree, for example, that could be disturbed, or past prayer sites. So like Shane was, one of the things that he brings up quite a bit is the battle site with Sioux over by Keene Hill. One of the things that we'd like to do, if 53 ever is replaced, is put tribal monitors within that site, within that corridor of work, to make sure that there are no burials done there, and hopefully we'd be able to send a survey team out beforehand to make sure that there wouldn't be any potential disturbed sites. And so essentially that the way it works is that right now when we request these from these organizations, we bill these organizations at a rate, and then we pay our tribal monitors at a slightly lower rate. And with that revenue that comes from that exchange, that differential, that'll go into the Tribal Historic Preservation Office program, and that'll just sit there and either make money or come in, where some organizations may not have the ability to pay for tribal monitors, but we recommend tribal monitors being present. So they'll pay what they can, and then that fund will make up the difference for that. And with the other stuff, it'll just go towards, so for example, with this new administration, the Tribal Historic Preservation Office grant is expected to get cut by a few $1,000s. So hopefully this program will help also make up for some of those things.
I think that's a pretty good, oh, go ahead.
Well, just there was a question online. Are they hiring monitors?
So as of right now, we have paused on that. We currently have 5 tribal monitors in place. If we find that we are in need of additional monitors, we'll definitely put out a call for people to submit applications. Really, the biggest concern is more so like the traditional knowledge and being able to recognize those things. And we can train people on the different archaeological surveys that'll happen, what to look for, different osteology type things. The background doesn't have to be, there's no requirements to be to have any sort of bachelor's or GED requirements. We can try, like, having a license is nice to have. They're not required to have, but they're if they need to get out to and from a site, it's just nice to be able to know that's reliable. But for New Range, for example, we've kind of worked it out that if there's ever a tribal monitor that needs to be picked up, they're okay footing the bill for getting a rental car or something along those lines.
I think that, with this program, is we can expand it more and more and keep growing it, is that eventually that we can start looking at the sacred sites that we know of and start getting them listed with the state, so that if they start trying to develop, keep bringing us up, they can't say we didn't know about it. We can say, no, we notified you 2 years ago. But a good job, keep moving forward with it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think that, so what I'm requesting today is I'll send out an additional, like a different copy for a space for signature for you, Shane. And then I'll do that on DocuSign, and then you just basically have to clear it with that. Then I'll work towards, so just for everyone's knowledge, we started this program April 21st, so that was about 3 weeks ago. It's on me for not looking into the payment and how that all work out prior to, but if I could, I'd like to request kind of like a fast-tracked version of getting these folks paid, if that's a possibility. Just because it's, that's on me, but I don't think that we should be holding our band members who are working for us because of something that my mistake.
Kim, you gotta come up and talk in the microphone, please.
If we get the contract signed and everything processed, we can get it in this week's run. It's Wednesday, it'd be ready Friday.
Right. Yeah, that would be appreciative. I've been in contact with a few of these folks. Oh, the other thing about that I would say about this program, so it's an independent contractor work, so you don't necessarily, you can have another job and work this. This job is anticipated to maybe be 15, 20 hours a month because we have so many different tribal monitors. We're going to try to rotate them so that they all get an equal chance at getting paid. So our current employed tribal monitors have another job currently, and they're just picking this up between their shifts essentially, right? So if they're scheduled to work, Tuesday through Sunday, they'll pick that Monday shift up, something like that.
Any other questions from council? Comments?
There's a question online. Is there a plan in place for listing and submitting the sacred places?
So we do have a like an internal tribal resources locations on part of it is with the GIS stuff that forestry has. In terms of like putting on the National Register of Historic Places, one of the things that I always get a little antsy about, and what kind of Bill Latati had talked about prior to his retirement, was do we want to put these locations for public knowledge? Because, for example, there's two mounds up just west of International Falls. There's the Grand Mound site, which I think most people know about, and then there's the McKinstry Mound site. So one is on, they're within a few miles of each other. And one site that we are, the McKinstry Mound site, has been used in the past few years as a dirt biking track for some of the local youth up there. And I'm not sure if they're aware of that, or if I assume that there's signs or something going on where they would know about it, but hopefully we can protect those areas a little bit more. Another is the Wake 'em Up cemetery site that's on the west end of Lake Vermilion. Currently that's in private ownership, but we're hoping to be able to talk with these folks soon and see about either repurchasing or finding out an agreement so that that site can be protected a little bit more. From what Tony has said, they aren't quite aware of the boundaries. They think they know where the boundaries are.
Hop on this with you, Jaylen. So we have talked to the owner of the land, and he is open to discussion with us to get that protected. It's just, I gotta catch him at the Cook Muni to do it in person, and I shouldn't be in bars.
Yeah, well, yeah, so different things like that. Where, so the other thing that also comes into play is a lot of times I don't think a whole lot of science, like modern science, acknowledges our oral history as legitimate knowledge yet. A lot of times they're relying on like publications or past documentations that are, available to be accepted for National Register of Historic Places. But working with, having it designated on our own register, I think, I guess I'd have to ask Jeff if that would make bring up a layer of protection for that site, and I'd imagine that it would, as long as we're able to clearly communicate that. And a lot of times with the state, we don't have to say this specific site, right? Like it can say, in this area, this is not to be disturbed.
Jeff, you have a question?
I was just going to add to what Jaylen was saying about, when it comes to communicating about any sacred sites or culturally sensitive sites to the state, I think there's options to try to get protections, but I think we just need to be really careful. A lot of times the state will take the position of, information communicated to them is subject to public disclosure under the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. And so I think if there's concern about, the state not publicizing sacred sites, because there are people out there that will that will use that inappropriately. And so I think coming up with a plan, if we can confer with the state ahead of time to make sure there's protection of the band's information, especially really sensitive information, is important before it's just disclosed. And once it's kind of out, it's out. So I would just, if we want to move forward with a plan, just thinking in detail about what that looks like ahead of time to make sure that any information is protected in the way that the band wants it to be.
Thank you, Jeff.
One quick ask is, Jaylen, if you could send the contracts and the W-9s that you do have available to Kim, and then that would hurry along the process. And if you don't have an account set up for this already, work with Kim to set up that account.
Okay.
Which,
Yeah, I guess that would be a question, because originally it was just gonna be revenues to the 587 fund number. But I guess if there needs to be a different process, we can go about it that way.
We should have a separate fund number for it because the 587 is federal funds and for reporting purposes.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, then the accounting lady should have the original contract with my signature on them. I can include them in this DocuSign to get the updated one with chains.
So what do we want to do? Do we want to approve it pending the number change thing that Kim talked about, or do we want to table it until we get the actual?
I think we should approve, because this is just admin stuff.
Yes, it's just the admin side. That's an internal thing. It's just the most important thing is to get the contract signed.
Okay. Any further discussions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robin, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Up next is Kim Griner. Have the acceptance of the 2025 vehicle dash miscellaneous insurance renewal and authorizing Tara to sign.
Yes, it's the renewal with Tribal First. When I did the agenda item, this was the only bid we had. Amerind was also trying to bid. That came in yesterday. And their first bid was higher. Then they pulled it and came back lower. But I'm afraid of a bait and switch situation. It's like they lowball it the first year and then it jacks up later. But there's also parts missing. And so the Amerind came in about like $5,000 less. So I would like to focus on the first, I'm drawing a blank on the name of them. First Nation, is that it? First, Tribal First, that's it. And this is for vehicles and like the professional liabilities and liability insurance, stuff like that. This renews on May 15th, so we're down to the end, we have to get it signed and submitted. But the price decreased by 1.9% instead of going up, so that's a good sign. Property renews in June, so that's the buildings and stuff. So under Tribal First, it's 2 different policies and renews at 2 different times. For next year, we will reconsider Amerind and ask them to be more timely, so we have more time to compare and make sure that they add everything that we are required to have.
Jeff, do you have any concerns with this?
No, I know we made some coverage recommendations that were changed last year, but it looks like the quote sheet here reflects those. So no concerns on my end.
Any questions from council or discussion? If not, ask for a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried. Up next again is Kim with a contract with Northspan for technical assistance for SSBCI.
Yes, the SSBCI program is the State Small Business Credit Initiative Act, or funding, excuse me. And this is kind of the ongoing thing that I've had. This is the third meeting in a row we've talked about the SSBCI. This is the actual contract for the technical assistance, because before you approve me to get it, now we just need authority to have it signed. I brought it here just so that people would know that it's moving forward, and I think it's authorizing Tara to sign also. And this is to help people do their business plans and get everything together to apply for business loans, etc.
No concerns from Jeff?
Nope, we reviewed this.
Any questions or comments from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried. Up next is accounting policy for reoccurring operating cost.
Yes, we're as we're moving through our new system, and we're trying to make some efficiencies in our organization for administration wise. So what a recurring operating cost would be, like your electric bill, your heating bill, some common, like copier usage, stuff like that. So in talking with consultants and stuff and our auditors, we need to have a policy, and we are making the recommendation that routine operating costs that are listed in the policy be, we don't have to send it out. So like, let's say Janelle has 100 houses. They don't have to send Janelle 100 Lake Country Power bills to pay, or, sign off on 100 things. Unless if it's more than a 20% variance, then they'll investigate it, of the average, because, up and down, summertime versus wintertime. So it's more efficiency. It saves the accounting staff time from writing it up, sending it out, and also on, like a program manager time of having to go and approve it and get it back. And then we can get the bills paid much more timely, because some of those companies are very short turnaround times, and with the mail being as slow as it is, trying to avoid late fees and stuff.
Any questions or comments from council?
Just when did Jeff approve this? And then is it fluid with the purchasing policy? And how does this make the audits better?
The first one, Jeff did approve it. We went back and forth with language. 2, it is within the purchase, well, because we don't have purchase orders for electricity type stuff and routine costs. So it's not falling in the delegation of authority policy. And then 3, it frees up our time for people to get stuff done more, instead of there's less steps. And then it frees up time to focus on other stuff. But I had mentioned the auditors because it's okay to have a policy like that for the routine costs. But the auditors just said we have to have the policy documented.
Kim, I have one question. At the end of your policy, you have this policy is effective as of, and there's an insert date. Which date are you requesting this to be effective?
Is when the council approves the policy. Is, so today is, if they approve it today, May 7th.
Do you feel like that's enough time to get this out and have everyone familiar with it? Or do you want to put that out a week or two and be able to communicate it out to staff prior to the effective date?
Okay, then we can do, and let's just make it a nice, easy date, then June 1st. Is that, just a beginning of a month, that's all. Oh. June 2nd then.
Looks like we have a question on online. Go ahead. Meredith? You have a question?
You should be good to go, Meredith.
Okay, finally, I can unmute myself now. Yes, my question was regarding this new policy making RTG employees refraining from alcohol use at the casino. I guess my main question would be, is this going to now affect the decision of what's going to happen with Perry Drift? Or why is it being enacted now? Why was it never in place? I guess piggybacking off of what Tony had talked about earlier, in regards to we shouldn't even have to have this policy in place when you are this elected official. Once you step into this role, you as a human being, I hate to even say it like this, should know how to present yourself at in different situations, especially when you're in the public eye. So I guess there's 3 different questions. Why is it being enacted now? Is it going to affect Perry Drift's decision and what happened with Perry Drift at the casino? And I guess there's just 2. Thank you.
Back to the topic at hand.
Okay, so did you, I missed, did we?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
Hold on. Meredith, we'll get to that question later on in the agenda. We'll get to that though, okay? Thank you.
Did you guys make the motion and pass the recurring? So the question was the effective date, and then you asked for questions from the audience. And then,
All right. Any other questions from or discussions from council regarding this policy? If not, ask for a motion to approve the recurring operating cost policy.
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is Kim Greiner again with the request to open bank account for SSBCI program.
okay, so how the SSBCI program works as a small business applies to have assistance. We put up the collateral. We got the funds from the federal, we got 1/3 of the funds from the federal government. And then as we make loans, it unlocks another 1/3 and another 1/3. We just have to have it in a separate bank account. And as entities pay their money back to us, it frees up that collateral, because we will put this up as collateral. It frees it up for collateral and other entities can apply. And that program is open to band members and, small businesses. It could be to supplement a current business. Our enterprises are eligible for it, and new businesses. And I think they have 4 or 5 individuals working with them right now. The last I talked to them, there have been people. And people have called and I've asked and I referred to them, and that's what North Span's doing, helping them get prepared. They're about 6 months old out, but we're getting, like I said earlier, to unlock the next third, we have to hit 80%, loan out 80% of our original, about $275,000 with two loans. The 4 or 5 individuals that are in the hopper are probably 3 to 6 months out, and like we're trying to get the money drawn. So we've been working with Fortune Bay to do some, and the enterprises to do a few projects to get the money here. And then as we work through the budget process, because we recommended this when they were the last time there was a federal we were close to a federal shutdown, that we keep as much cash on hand. And then, you know, you had asked about Fortune Bay accessing tribal dollars to do that, but we had recommended using the SSBACI funds till we get past through the budget process, because there's way too many unknowns to know, you know, in this past week, the president's budget rolled out, and that's just recommendations. We don't know what Congress is going to do.
With the small business loan that you're talking about, is there an avenue that if somebody who has a small business underneath this loan, this program, and they default on their payments, other than basically garnishing their per capita payment, is there another avenue that we can say, hey, we can go after their payments now, their check or whatever,
For their per capita checks or other checks?
aside from that?
Okay.
Because what I'm getting at, because it happened before with the small business loans that they had before, and the only way they could recoup it was the per capita check. And then if you do the math, you know, looking at the data.
Yes. There's a couple of different avenues to seek in that. So if they're buying equipment, we can ask for a secured interest in the equipment. Is that correct, Jeff? I'm pretty sure we could probably have something, and then we file a UCC filing. So it's registered, you know, so if they tried, you know, like if you put the filing in with the state, if they try to sell that and they do a search to make sure that title's clean or whatever, it flags it on equipment and stuff like that.
What if they don't buy equipment and it's just money that they're using for their business, they don't have equipment? Then what?
We would have to take them to court and stuff, you know, because they defaulted. You know, there's the per capita. If they're working somewhere, we go after that, or we take court and, you know, there's some avenues. It's not going to be 100% ever. The difference between this program and the previous program we had is this one, they have to work with a financial institution, and the financial institution, they have to get the loan through the financial institution. We're just putting up the collateral. And so they have to work back and forth with the bank. The bank will do a lot of the collections until it's 100% defaulted. Then we own the debt and we have to pursue the collection procedures.
Any other questions or comments from council? If not, I ask for a motion to open another bank account for the SSBCI program. Is there a motion? By Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is Leah Muscuzzi. Data use agreement for participating in the MIIC Minnesota Immunization Information Connection.
So MIC is the MIIC, and it's the Minnesota Immunization Information Connection. It's a program that is run by the Minnesota Department of Health. Our clinic has used it for over 15 years, and every 3 years they require a new data use agreement to be completed and signed. So what I'm looking for is approval for the agreement that I completed and a signature from either you or authorization to have Dan sign it. MIC is the clinic's way to access, provide, and share immunization data. Right now, all of our immunizations that are entered into our electronic health record, Epic, they're fed directly into MIC. So by us also participating in MIC, the Minnesota Department of Health gives us about $40,000 worth of immunizations to use with children under the age of 18. So if we don't sign the agreement, we can't use their program anymore. If we sign the agreement, we can continue to use the program.
Any concerns from compliance? No concerns? Any concerns from Jeff?
Nope, just making sure that obviously the employees are trained on the requirements under the agreement to make sure that the MIC use is proper. But that's sort of, I know that Leah and Pam work on that, so.
Okay. Any concerns from Dan Rabideaux? No? Okay. Any comments or questions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve.
For you to sign, I'd prefer that you sign it, not Dan.
They want me, is it okay if I sign, if I sign it?
Either way, yep, whatever you guys prefer.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve with authorizing me to sign the mix?
Move to approve.
Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried.
Just so that you are aware, it is not going to come through DocuSign. It's an email that comes through RedCap that you'll end up signing off on.
We have grant, I don't have grant back.
RedCap. It's just an email.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Let me know when it comes through,
I'll do that.
cause I get like 100 emails, get in any hour.
Do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Up next is Marinika Love, State of Minnesota. Micro grant Minnesota Paths to Parenthood. She online?
I'm here.
Hello, you have the floor.
Yep, the contract was sent back to you guys. And it was asked that I represented, so I was just wondering where you guys stand. We did add the data sovereignty piece in there. I did send it to, I believe Miranda got it. I don't know if it was forwarded to you guys for review.
It is on the agenda, Renika. And I apologize for not knowing this, but has this version, has it been reviewed by Jeff Wolf?
I reviewed the initial version, Miranda and Renika, and I am looking at the one presented. It's got some additional tweaks to language just in the data sovereignty section. I don't have any concerns about that language though. So we revised this to incorporate the band's data sovereignty provisions and then the sovereign immunity clause. Both of those are in there and intact. So I don't have any concerns.
Thank you, Jeff.
So my next question is, with that being intact, are we okay for authorized representative, which is listed as Miranda Lilia, to sign off so that we can pursue this contract? The end date for the contract is May 31st, and today is May 7th.
This is a contract with state agency. I would prefer that Shane signs it also. Sorry, Shane.
So, Tara requested that I sign off on it. Once if the council approves it, is that okay with you?
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not sure since we listed Miranda as the authorized representative. So I'm not sure. When asked at the last meeting who to make the authorized representative, it was okay for Miranda. So that's what I did. And I don't know. I'm sure I'll work it. Go ahead, Shane. Please sign it so we can do this.
It was supposed to be just sent to Miranda, not for her signature. All contracts, especially binding with the state or any federal agency, should be going through the chair or the secretary treasurer if it's a financial only document like Kim stuff. So
Okay,
he's
so
higher than, go ahead.
okay, I just want to know who, futuristically speaking, if I were to have another contract with Voice for It, another state contract with Voice for It, I would have it for the authorized representative as Kim or as you?
It should always be the chair. Always
Oh, the
put the
chair. That's what you
authorized
just said, the
person
chair.
as the chair. And then all documentation gets sent to Miranda.
Heard. I understand. Okay. I can just give a written explanation why why the authorized representative was changed and why you signed it. And I'm sure that will suffice.
So for council's consideration, if you make a motion to approve this, just make it with that change from the authorized representative being changed from the executive director to the vice chair or chair, secretary treasurer, then we can move forward with it.
All right, if there's no further discussions or comments, ask for a motion to approve it with that recommendation that it be switched from Miranda, executive director, signing it, to myself as the acting chairman for the band to sign it. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried. Thank you.
Which,
Up next is Lance Hill, resolution 92-2025. You have the floor.
All right. Hey, everyone. All right. So a little bit of a backstory. The items I'm bringing forth today, this afternoon, are pertain to a home transaction that took place on the Vermilion sector. And the items represent the interests of both parties, the buyer and the seller, and both of whom are band members. So the first one I'm presenting is the mutual cancellation of residential lease for Anna Werta Kozabusky via resolution. And this transaction was memorialized to a purchase agreement as well. So if there are any questions, it's pretty standard cancellation of lease.
Any concerns from Jeff? None?
Nope.
Any questions from council? If not, I ask for a motion to approve resolution 92-2025 cancellation agreement for Anna Huerta. I can't pronounce your last name, sorry.
Move
Oh, thank you.
to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried. Up next again is Lance with resolution 92-2025, no lease agreement for Tanisha Dupree.
Right, correct. Yeah, that spells out a lot of it. Second half of the purchase or the buyer's interest. So I'm presenting a standard residential lease in the Vermilion sector for Tanisha Dupree. I have not seen it. No. Also the supporting resolution. Same purchase agreement. This is just the other half of the transaction.
If there are no questions or concerns from Jeff, no further discussions from council, ask for a motion to approve the resolution 92-2025 new lease agreement for Tanisha Dupree. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried. Up next is Tracy Dagan for approval to submit CSBG grant. You have the floor.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tracy. I do the CSBG and I'm here for the approval of the grant. Community supported block grant.
I see that Jeff already approved or reviewed it and there's no concerns from him. Any further discussions or questions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve the submit for Tracy to submit the CSBG grant. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you. Up next is Nikki Irving with the 2025 EMS appreciation stipends. You have the floor, ma'am.
Yep, all I have for you is the 2025 EMS appreciation stipends. We do this every year. This year, it's totaling about 13,500 between all the individuals on there. And this is for Boys Fort EMS, Boys Fort Fire, or EMS Fire, Greenwood, EMS and Fire individuals. EMS Appreciation Week is May 18th through the 25th or something like that. That week anyway.
Any questions or discussions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve the 2025 EMS appreciation stipends.
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you. Up next is Janelle Gogley with the amendment to professional services agreement for DSGW. You have the floor.
What I have is an amendment to there was an agreement between DSGW and Boys Fort. We had done the first go round, we had done a service agreement for that portion of the work. This amendment that I have here today is for the second portion of the work that was worked or that needs to be done over here in Vermilion. 2 houses are going to be rehabbed and 3 roofs will be replaced. But this is for the architectural and engineering services portion.
Any concerns from Jeff, legal wise?
No, I took a look at the amendment just to make sure it tied back to the original document and worked with Janelle on that. So no concerns on my end.
Any questions or comments from council? Discussion?
One really quick one. Does this need a new signature or just the amendment in?
I think there's a there's page in here where the architect signed, and I think that's where probably Shane would need to sign off on it. I don't have mine marked here. The original agreement had been signed by the previous chair. And so there is on the amendment to the professional services agreement, there is a place where Shane would sign.
I move to approve the amendment to the professional services agreement with DSGW with Shane Drift's signature.
Motion made by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robin, all in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent, motion carried.
Okay.
Up next, Janelle Goggley.
The other thing that I have is the other thing that I have is approval for the bid that was done on this project for Vermilion. The bid was March. The bid opening was March 18th, I believe, 2025. And in the information, I wasn't quite sure how to do this, so I included all the bids that were received, which were 3. One of the bids was not complete, so they didn't accept that one. There were 2 bids then from Lency Enterprises and from Archkey Town and Country. And we're recommending to go with Archkey Town and Country as they were the lowest bid. And that's the company that's been doing the work on the rehab portion of the houses that we did in Nett Lake from the last go round.
So the ones that they did in that lake, did somebody go in and inspect their work that,
They do have, they did a punch list and, from Robbie Goggley and, Brian Moyer have been going in with them to make sure that the work is up to what it should be. And then, Jim Bardo goes in as well. And I think Dave Anderson.
okay. Any concerns from Jeff, legal wise, regarding this?
No concerns.
Any discussions or questions from council on this?
Again, just the signature piece for Vice Chair Shane.
Yeah,
Is there a motion to approve the Arch Key Town and Country, contract. Oh, sorry, excuse me, the bid. Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Okay, and then I think once I get the information, if there is a signature, then I will, what process do I use? Just bring it to you, or do I gotta come back to a meeting, or what?
No, bring it to me, then I'll sign it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Take a 2-minute break. Does need to go smoke? Huh?
Oh.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Let you guys go smoke. All right, calling the meeting back to order at 12:54 PM. Moving down the agenda. First up is Resolution 94-2025. Extend Resolution number 35-2027 to employees of Boisfort Enterprises. Want to read it, Miranda?
Yes. So I'm gonna skip the couple of regular whereases that are on every resolution. And I'll go to the third whereas. Whereas through resolution number 35-2017, the RTC adopted a policy confirming that Boisfort tribal government employees must be able to carry out their duties without fear of interference or retaliation from the council or its individual members, including duties that involve the collection of money or the enforcement of obligations under any lease, contract, or other agreement. And whereas resolution number 35/2017 further provides that no council member shall have the authority to either direct an employee to refrain from doing any act which is in furtherance of the employee's lawful duties, or to direct an employee to act in a manner that is inconsistent with established policies and procedures. And whereas the RTC now desires to extend the same policy and prohibitions outlined in resolution number 35-2017 to employees of Boisfort Enterprises, and further clarify procedures for any employee to confirm that directives made by an RTC member purportedly on behalf of the RTC in fact represent the RTC's will. Now therefore be it resolved that the RTC hereby reaffirms that the policies and prohibitions outlined in resolution number 35-2017 and confirms that such policies and prohibitions of the RTC apply to all employees of Boisfort Enterprises. And be it further and finally resolved that in the event an RTC member directs a tribal government or Boisfort Enterprise employee to take action or refrain from taking any action and represents that such directive is made on behalf of the RTC, the employee may request that such directive be put in writing and shall email the full RTC to confirm that the directive represents the RTC's will.
Thank you for that. Any comments or discussions from council? If no comments or questions or discussions from council, I ask for a motion to approve that resolution 94-2025. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second? Second by Robert, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is resolution 95-2025 prohibiting RTC members from engaging in any consumption of alcohol at Fortune Bay Resort Casino. You want to read it, Miranda?
Excuse me, yes. Again, I'm going to skip the first two whereas. Those are the regular language on RTC resolutions or tribal government resolutions. And begin with the third whereas. The RTC is further authorized to establish policies applicable to RTC members at tribal enterprises wholly owned by the band. And whereas in recognition of the RTC's vital role in the management and regulation of the band's gaming operation and the importance of the band's confidence in these vital functions, the RTC now desires to prohibit RTC members from engaging in any consumption of alcohol when present on the Fortune Bay Resort Casino premises. Now therefore be it resolved that the RTC hereby prohibits sitting RTC members from engaging in any consumption of alcohol when present on the Fortune Bay Resort Casino premises.
Any questions or comments or discussions from council? There's no comments or questions from council?
I have just a few questions on this. Initially I was thinking about this, this resolution. Because I seen a comment online about something like that, to that effect. And I thought, well, that does sound like a good idea. But I want to make sure that we're not doing this in a reactive state to what what happened recently. The council has discussed this forward and backward. And initially I was thinking, yeah, that's a good idea. We should do that. But you can't resolution something out of council. You can't, people are gonna break the law anyway. If it's there, this is very difficult for me, I'm sorry, but if they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. We can put this resolution in place, but I almost fear that it's reactionary. All done, all fixed. There's a resolution in place. And that is not true, and that is not my intent on this resolution. Just my thoughts. You can't police it out of somebody. Like what?
You have a question, comment?
I'll go before her. She kind of did. When this was first brought up in our, I don't know if it was a weekly update meeting or whatnot. All I remember is saying that I would not vote for this. I would not put that type of restriction on anybody unless, it was warranted. I would not do it because it's a reactive thing to what has transpired. I truly don't believe putting this on future council, anybody, without any real reason other than somebody messed up. I have no way I'm gonna say yes to this, and I'll stop right there.
You are absolutely right, Tara. It appears very reactive, because of the incident that happened. And it looks like it's going to protect him, because if that code of ethic comes down, it can be said there was nothing in place to prohibit that drinking there and for the incident even to transpire. That's what it appears to me. I'm gonna be flat out honest. It's a protective barrier for Perry. If that code of ethics comes through and the committee says it's a violation, this could be used to say there was nothing in place. I don't believe that any of you should be barred from going and enjoying and having fun at Fortune Bay or any of our places. You guys are human. You guys need a breakaway from personal life and working, go and enjoy and have fun. So I don't think you should do that. And like Robert said, to the next council's coming up, that's not fair to them. They didn't do nothing. but I think they should be tabled, especially until after whatever's going on with Perry is finished. So I hope, I mean, if you guys want to go ahead and vote no on it, please do then, or table it if you're really considering that you're for it. Thank you.
Meredith, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you all for allowing us, thank you, council, for allowing us to voice our opinions and our concerns. And that is what my internal thought and my initial first thought that came to my brain was this policy is something that is now being enacted because of what happened. And my feelings are my own, and nobody can take that from me. So those are my feelings about this policy being enacted. If it is, that's just how I feel. It is very reactive. I mean, there's my auntie Phyllis Bourget was on the council how many years ago, and this never had to be enacted. It's really, yeah, but that's just what I wanted to say. It feels very reactive as a band member. I'm piggybacking off of what my District 2 representative is saying about how, doing this to future representatives in the future is not okay. I believe that's something that maybe even the band, you guys should take it to the band members. And that I will end there. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple comments and a question. Jeff, does that infringe on any human rights or such? And then this should be in place for all elected officials, tribals and state, and in place for the wilderness, and no consumption of THC from Ishkode. If this is going to be in place, just saying.
Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the question? Was it the violation of human rights? Is that what the question was, Nikki?
Yeah, does that infringe on any human rights or such?
I think, council's got the authority to police itself as a body. There are other restrictions that the council has put in place, relative to other businesses or things. So I think legally speaking, it's certainly a policy decision as to whether council wants to adopt this policy. I don't think that it's necessarily a violation of any rights for council to police itself if they wanted to adopt the policy. So that's my opinion on it.
Lance, you should be able to unmute. All right. So while I'm speaking, I'm taking a quick time out from my work to a quick band member, as a band member. In my view, my opinion, I think that you cannot and should not have to legislate morality. People, people will always make a choice, whether it's a speed limit, whether it's any number of laws. The right and wrong will be a personal choice. If you start saying we had a rule in place, then you feel that you're solving a problem, but you're really not. We have a drug problem up in Boysport. Drugs are illegal. People are making that personal choice. Prescription drugs are legal, but yet we still have a problem. And so if you enact this, it doesn't really, all it does is create a penalty and the appearance of action, but it really comes down to the personal choice. A person needs to make the right call, what they feel is right, and own the consequences of that choice. So vote how you feel, but I feel that this is very ineffective and reactive action. That's all I have. Thank you. Darren, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, I was just wondering, I was reading the code of ethics and there's almost nothing in there that says anything about the conduct of a council member outside of work. That doesn't really, there's a couple, but they pertain to banned business and stuff like that. So does the council want to police individual conduct on their employees outside of work? Because there's other illegal things that council members can do and stuff. So you should make all those bad too, right?
Any questions or comments from council? So what do we want to do with this resolution? We just want to table it?
I'd straight up vote no.
Vote no?
That's my vote on this policy resolution is no. I don't see why it would, unless it goes forward with beyond me, my vote is no. I don't think it needs to be tabled. We can answer this right now and I
See no reason to move forward with that resolution. Already have another council member said that's gonna vote no. We'll move on. Resolution number 97-2025.
Excuse me, real quick. There wasn't even a first, a call for a first or dying of lack of second. I'd like to move forward with the vote, please.
Getting back to resolution number 96-2025, is there a motion to pass the resolution for RTC members from prohibiting RTC members from engaging in any form of gambling? Oops, alcohol consumption, sorry.
If I could interject really quickly, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, council members can make a motion to approve the resolution, or you can also make a motion to deny the resolution.
I would just
Correct.
say, oops.
And just so you know, council too, making a motion on something is not a vote, right? So you could move to approve it. That could be seconded. That brings it to the floor for a vote, and then you could vote to deny it. That would be an official vote to reject the resolution. So even if you move to approve it, you can still then deny it, vote no on the actual vote, if that makes sense.
Is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion to approve second time?
We can deny though. Mhm.
You could move to reject the resolution as well and then vote on it. You could do either.
Can we do a roll call vote on it to just get this over and done with?
You would need a motion first. Before the vote.
Motion for a roll call vote. Please.
Actually, since there is no motion on this, I called for a second time, the motion dies. Correct, Jeff?
We're kind of, you did a motion to approve. And I am not going to make a motion to approve. So of course it's gonna die. I want to move to deny it.
Motion to deny resolution 95-2025. Is there a second?
I'll make the motion to again ask for a roll call vote on this and we'll be there.
Did you hear that, Jeff?
Yeah, so Tara had a motion to deny, to present that motion. If Robert wants to, he can second it. Then you've got a motion presented. You can make an additional motion to have the vote be a roll call vote, and then you can do the vote by roll call. So those can be two motions. First is the motion to deny. You'd need a second for it. And then second, a motion for the type of vote, a roll call vote. You need a second for that. And then you can vote to deny via roll call.
Calling for a second time. There's a motion to deny. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second.
I will ask again for a roll call vote on this.
Jeff?
The roll call vote is the type of voting, right? You can do voice vote or roll call vote. The vote happens when a motion is presented on the floor. So there needs to be a motion presented, which needs a motion and a second. And then once that's presented, Robert, if you wanted to do a roll call vote on it, you could move for a roll call vote for it. And then you would do individual voting on that motion. But there needs to be a motion first. That makes sense.
Motion to. Well, the denial went where it is and it died. So my motion is to make this a roll call vote, right? Is that how I say it, Jeff?
You'd need to re-motion for denying the resolution, and you'd need a second on that again, and then you could move for a roll call vote. So we still need a motion for
Motion already-
denial of the resolution.
The motion, the motion to deny died for lack of second.
I'll make a new motion. I make a motion to deny and have a roll call vote on resolution number 95-25, prohibiting RTC members from engaging in any consumption of alcohol at Fortune Bay Resort Casino.
I'll second that motion.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Now we move to the roll call vote. How's that gonna read, Jeff?
You'd call out Tara and Robert on that motion, which was to deny, and ask that they present their vote, yes to deny it or no, so that each represents their vote in a roll call. That's how it would work. that's a roll call vote.
All three don't vote?
Roll call vote is
The
just a
chair?
way of orally presenting your vote individually. So it would still go the two individual voters, and then the chair would vote only in the case of a tie.
I see what's happening here.
Yeah. I thought a roll call vote would just make sure all, like if we had a full council, that all 5 would be voting on it. I didn't think that. That's what I thought a roll call vote
Yeah.
was. is
Yeah,
all
I hear
5.
what you're
Yep.
I hear what you're saying. Typically, a roll call vote doesn't change who votes. It just changes the way you present who votes. So typically, a non-roll call vote is when you say aye, and if you don't hear any nays, you can pass the motion by virtue of hearing the ayes and not hearing any nays. Right? That's just an oral vote of yay or nay. You can change the method of voting by roll call voting, right? And that just means that you still vote. Everyone votes who would normally vote, but you do it individually. And each individual person is required to call out their yay or nay, and then you record it individually. So it just changes the method of voting, but it typically does not change who votes.
So in other words, all we should have did was move to deny and just second it, right?
Correct. And I
The
think that
council,
motion
the
was already
council has
passed.
roll call voted with all 5 council members voting before, under your direction.
You have a question or suggestion, Dan?
Yeah, so what Jeff is saying is you've elected to do a roll call. And so as an example only, the chair would typically turn and say, Tara, what is your vote? Tara would verbally now on the record state her vote. Then you would turn to Robert and say, Robert, and then he would verbally state his vote. Any present members eligible to vote. So if you had all 5 of you present, 4 of you would be called out by name. Each would verbalize their vote for the record. The chair then would make a determination based on the number of votes, whether it passed or failed. And in the event of a tie with all 5 members, then the chair becomes the 5th verbal vote in that case. So that's the Robert's Rules of Order when it comes to choosing that method of voting. And that's what Jeff is saying is you chose to do a roll call vote with the members that are present and eligible to vote. And in the event of a tie, then you would verbalize your vote, Shane. Just FYI.
Thank you. So, continue on with the roll call vote since there was a motion to that effect. Robert?
No.
Tara?
To deny.
There you go. Opposed, silent, motion carried. What do we got next?
Just one moment. I got to get back to where I was at. So next we have resolution number 96-2025. Prohibit RTC members from engaging in any form of gambling at Fortune Bay Resort Casino. Hold on, I'm on the wrong one. So again, I will skip the first 2 whereas. Again, those are regular language in the resolutions. Starting with the third whereas, the RTC is further authorized to establish policies applicable to RTC members at tribal enterprises wholly owned by the band. And whereas, in order to ensure the integrity of the band's gaming operation and prevent any actual or perceived conflicts regarding the RTC's role in the management and regulation of the band's gaming operation, the RTC now desires to memorialize its long-standing restriction prohibiting RTC members from engaging in any gambling at Fortune Bay Resort Casino. Now therefore be it resolved that the RTC hereby reaffirms its prohibition on sitting RTC members engaging in any form of gambling at Fortune Bay Resort Casino.
Any further discussions or comments from council?
I have one small, that the council is already, referenced in the gaming commission as prohibiting. This further defines, I imagine.
If no further discussions or questions, comments from council, is there a motion to approve resolution 96-2025?
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is resolution number 97-2025, Executive Director Authority due to lack of quorum.
Do you want to hear the comments or the hands raised online?
Sure.
Darren, you're first.
I don't know how to put my hand down, so if you want to just skip me.
Oh, okay, Darren.
Sorry.
Next, we will take Millie Holmes. I just have one question. At one time, the RTC in the past has, had, I don't know if it was a resolution or if it's just a policy, about RTC council members, not drinking or, gambling at the casino. I can't remember, because I do know when I was working there that they couldn't gamble there. And they couldn't drink. They'd come there, do their business and go elsewhere. I was just wondering, has all that stuff been taken care of already then, or? I mean, I know you guys just did the resolution, but if them other ones are still on the books, maybe you should take them off the books.
So it says it in the gaming commission, you can't gamble there, right? And then there is a previous resolution in the past. This one's just making all that stronger, right? Like, absolutely not. Okay, I get it. It's good.
And I do recall asking this question before, and I don't remember the dates, but I know that previous councils had enacted something similar to this, where there is no gambling and no drinking at Fortune Bay or any of its enterprises or anything like that. And then I think previous councils rescinded that motion or resolution. So this has been gone for quite a while, I think. I'm not sure. That's why I'm not sure of the dates, but it's been quite a while.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure,
that all that stuff was already taken care of or whatever. You.
Is that it? Okay, so next on the agenda, we have resolution number 97-2025, Executive Director Authority due to lack of quorum. So reading the resolution, I'll start at the second whereas. Whereas the lawful governing body of the band is the Bois Forte Reservation Tribal Council, or RTC, which is authorized under the revised constitution and bylaws of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe and the Bois Forte Reservation Tribal Council bylaws. Ordinance number 56-99 as revised to take official actions on behalf of the band. And whereas Section 6, the bylaws further authorize the RTC to delegate its authority and review any action taken by virtue of such delegated authority. And whereas, subject to the conditions stated herein, the RTC now desires to delegate its authority to make decisions on certain HR-related items in order to ensure efficient and timely decision-making for the benefit of the band and its employees. Now therefore be it resolved that in the event that the following categories of items come before the RTC on an executive session meeting agenda, but the RTC is unable to take action on any item due to lack of a quorum, the RTC hereby delegates the executive director the authority to approve, deny, or table said item. And the items are annual employee evaluations, leave requests, including educational leave requests, resignations, retirements, pay adjustments, job description grade change requests, employment contracts, and acting designations. Be it further resolved that in taking any actions pursuant to the delegations described herein, the executive director shall document such decisions in writing and provide them to the senior executive assistant and director of human resources for record keeping. And be it further and finally resolved that the delegations described herein are effective immediately and shall expire on August 1st, 2025, or when the RTC takes action to revoke them, whichever comes first.
Now, with that, as an example, like if it was one of my kids who work for if they work for the tribal government and their annual employee evaluation came up, I couldn't take action on it because it's my kid. I would have to step out of the meeting, then we wouldn't have a quorum. So in order to keep things going, that's why I suggest this, to have Miranda do it temporarily so that she could take the action, say yes or no.
This did come, we had to do this before, because I had immediate family member that in executive session. I will say that this is partially reactionary in my view, because we're down to 3. And that's all I have to say.
It is reactionary. And yeah, you should be removing yourself when it's going to benefit your family, period. And it is not needed because you have 2 voting members here. And if Tara were to have to remove herself or Robert, then you're going to have to vote, Shane. So there's no need for this resolution. I didn't vote for Miranda to be on tribal council and to have any type of authority like that. Our executive director, period. I'm sorry, Miranda. I'm just saying the executive director, period. That's not what I elected. I elected the 5 people that are supposed to be sitting in these seats to do this job. And I don't think you guys have that right to give that authority away on us. This is something that needs to come forward to all of us band members. We all deserve a say in this because you're giving official elected duties to an employee. Thank you for listening to me.
If we can't take action, it's gonna sit there, then who knows how long it's gonna sit there? Because if an employee comes to us and says, hey, my pay raise didn't go through, and I'm still waiting for it. Well, you have other employees that are getting it on time. So I'm just trying to keep the ball going, for the employees. Thank you.
So Jeff, with something like this where say I have to abstain because of family matters or whatnot. Does something like an annual evaluation or pay, does that stop right there as I say I abstain? Even though we have 3 on the council, that is considered a quorum?
The typical process has been like for an employee or for a council member to leave so that there can be discussions on it. And so when you leave, that's certainly, I think, leaving the meeting for that action. So that's why there would at least be a pretty good argument that there'd be a lack of a quorum there. We could think about if you abstain but stay in the room. I mean, I think there's still an argument there that there lacks a quorum if you're proactively saying I'm not taking part in this part of the meeting. So yeah, I think there would be issues about not having a quorum, I think either way. And that doesn't mean you have to adopt this resolution. This is a possible fix to being able to delegate these actions moving forward. If you didn't, and there was items where you didn't have a quorum, it would just mean that you'd need to wait until you have a quorum to be able to approve them.
Any further comments, questions, or discussions from council?
Just to let you know that, between now and probably next year, early next year, I won't have any immediate family members that I need to take action on. So that's only affecting me. Cause when we had an active chair here, we already did my immediate family stuff, So if this doesn't affect me, I wouldn't need it for myself. But I'm not saying that you guys wouldn't need it. Thank you.
Any further discussions or comments from council? If not,
Meredith, you should be able to unmute.
I guess the only question I have, I guess there's one concern is, yes, I understand, things do need to get the ball rolling, especially with like evals and stuff like pay raise increases, it's my whole department up at the casino has been talking about that. But I mean, I feel like as band members, we all know, we have a 3-legged horse or, 3-leg carriage right now. And it does suck, but at the same time, it is up to the band to elect these responsibilities on people. And you know, we're weeks away already from June where the tribal chair will be in position to have a say in this. So and then I'm just gonna end there. But once again, I just want to reiterate, I appreciate the council for you allowing us to have our voice and to hear us and to work hard for us and to be in those meetings with the Senate and the House of Representatives and Congress. It really means a lot. I know, yeah, to live in your humility and just be transparent in your lives in those positions. And I just want to commend you guys once again, and I will end with that. Thank you.
Sorry, Millie, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Jeff, this, with the three members there, and when they record those votes, couldn't they, just those three, and out of the three, two of them are the, quorum? How do they do that on, three other, or places where they have three people on a board, or doesn't just have to be a tribal council, but a board? Or do they just have to wait for those positions to be open? I mean, filled.
Yeah, so each board and each, body has different rules about a quorum. The bylaws, the Boys for It bylaws specify pretty clearly that a quorum needed in order to take official action is 3 present RTC members. So anytime you have less than 3 available, you don't have a quorum, and when you don't have a quorum, you can't transact official business. Those rules are specific to Boys Fort through their own sort of RTC adopted bylaws. The rules for quorum is a little bit different though for everybody. Those are just specific to Boys Fort.
So with those, with the 3 that we have there and if something personal comes where one needs to step aside, couldn't they just vote? Or do they need another person there to?
You need,
chair the
you need
meeting?
3 to take an official vote and have an official meeting. So to have any official, regular, or special meeting called, you need 3 RTC members present during the meeting to take official action. You can't do that with just 2.
Okay. So then the next question is, if this resolution passes and authority is delegated to the executive director, is that, are they going to put a time limit on it, like say upon the election of the other 2 vacancies, or can they put that that it's going to end on whatever date the chairman takes office? Would that?
This resolution has an expiration date of August 1st of this year, or if the council wanted to revoke that delegation earlier, the council could also revoke it. But if the council takes no action to revoke it, if this was adopted, it would automatically expire on August 1st.
Okay. I guess that's just all my question is then. I guess it's pretty much up to them then. I'm done. Me, you.
Any other questions or comments or discussions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve, resolution number 97 2025, executive director authority due to lack of quorum. Is there a motion? Calling for a motion a second time. Is there a motion? Motion dies. Thank you. Up next, Miranda, we have the updates.
So for the audience's information, both here in person as well as online, the tribal council will be releasing statements soon regarding a code of ethics violation that was released, as well as an update on the Fortune Bay incident occurring on April 11th and 12th. So those statements will be coming soon. Just wanted to let you know those will be coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. With that, ask for a motion to adjourn at 1:46. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, silent. Motion carried. We're adjourned. Thank you.
How long? Hour, half hour?